Please welcome the best player of his generation and the outstanding performer of the last 3 years. Decades after his dad drove him to all those tournaments as a boy, he is ready to do his family proud once more. Bidding to become a multiple world champion, the one and only ace in the pack, Judd. And now to the greatest player in history. Over a 30-year glittering career, he has achieved what many said was impossible. Here he comes, the ultimate champion, bidding to make it a magnificent 7 here at the Crucible. The Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So can Judd become the 7th multiple world champion of 4 potential sessions as we hand over to our commentary team?
And what an occasion this is. Great anticipation around not just the Crucible, but the whole of Sheffield walking in, everyone wondering who's going to prevail, everyone looking forward to the next 2 days. The customary photographs before the final begins. May the best man win.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The first frame.
This is the one. This is the one match every snooker player wants to win. This is the one that really matters. The World Championship Final. Judd Trump looking to join the ranks of multiple winners. Ronnie O'Sullivan looking for history by equalling Stephen Hendry's modern-day record of 7. So settle back and enjoy it. This should be a real treat. It's 35 frames. We play 8 this afternoon. What a treat, Joe.
Yeah, and this is the final that a lot of people wanted. So exciting, with the most exciting players in the world battling it out. Two of the most attacking players. Two of the players who make the most century breaks.
Yeah, they've made, between them in the tournament, 20. O'Sullivan 12. Trump 8. Trump had that extraordinary match yesterday afternoon. O'Sullivan 17-11 might have looked comfortable, but that match with Higgins was an absolute battle.
Well, that wasn't a good safety from Ronnie there. Leaving the cue ball just by the balk line. That was poor. He was just playing off the red, so there was no pressure on it. He just misread the speed there, misjudged it. And this is a chance. Brilliant. Brilliant. And I like the way he placed the cue ball where he did. He wasn't leaving anything. He could have took the other red on, but he would have been leaving something. That one was a little bit more difficult.
So much of the build-up has been about O'Sullivan. Understandably, I guess, because he's trying to equal the record. There's 2 players in this final, and Judd Trump has been coming here the last few years as tournament favourite. Not this year, but of course he won here in 2019. And if he can win here tomorrow night, he'll be the 7th player to have won multiple titles at the Crucible.
Another good pot, and nicely on the black.
Yeah, and I have to say, I don't really hold with this stuff about being fatigued. This is the world final. Adrenaline will pull him through. It's the last match. There's not going to be another match after this. Judd Trump is a fit 32-year-old. He'll be bang up for this. Be so relieved to still be here, to have the chance to play in the match after extraordinary semi-final yesterday.
Yeah, what that semi-final showed Trump yesterday was his fighting qualities, his character. Because to have somebody come back at you and actually go in front, went up with 2 to play, he asked questions of himself
14.
and he really passed them. Well, you could see the red just
15.
dipping towards that right angle, but he's left himself perfect on the blue to split these reds, and he doesn't normally hold back. Now, is he on anything? I don't think so. At first glance,
20.
he's unfortunate there. That's when you need a little bit of luck. He caught them well, hit the pink full in the face, but they just didn't bust as he wanted them to.
Yeah, it's such a big shot, isn't it? And that could have been 1-0 and he could have been settled into the final.
Judd Trump,
It will
20.
take some settling down, I feel. And O'Sullivan, since he won here in 2020, he's actually lost 6 of his last 7 ranking finals. He won the World Grand Prix this season, but lost 5 last season, and lost, of course, to Wang Zhengji in the European Masters this season. So in terms of finals since winning here, very little success. But this is different. This is, of course, the crucible we've heard quite rightly from Jimmy and Alan, the way he's been preparing. He's done everything right this year, hasn't he, so far, in terms of his approach on and off the table. But in terms of their overall head-to-head, Trump is in front 13-11 and he's won 5 of the last 7 meetings.
Switch your phones off, please, or put them at least on silent. Thank you.
Yes, Ronnie left him a chance to play the safety. He couldn't play that shot previously, hampered over the reds. Well, another mistake. And a chance here, the black and pink tied up though. Straight on this red. It's not easy to get to the blue from there. The black will go to the middle. He doesn't like it. How did he get the cue ball there? How did he get that cue ball there? It was nearly straight, this. He put so much action into the cue ball there.
That's the other dynamic here in this match, Joe, and you'd relate to this in 86. He's the underdog, Trump. You know, you'd expect him in the World Final to be the favourite. It's not the worst position to be in. So much talk about O'Sullivan and the history. He's kind of minded his business the whole tournament, Trump, hasn't he?
6.
Didn't come here with great expectations, but he'll have them now. I'm sure that he's in the final.
Can't afford to miss when you're in, though.
Judd Trump,
There's
6.
just a little bit of movement on the shot there, undetected from Judd Trump. Look at the movement. Just a slight movement, and it can make all the difference, especially when things are tight.
Still looking at that tip, he's had this issue the whole tournament. He's never really been happy with it. The other thing, Joe, I always think when they bring that trophy out, which of course they do for the final, it really raises the stakes because that has been presented to every champion since the first in 1927. It's on the set. There it is in the background.
Yeah, one player's got his name on it once, the other one's 6. Going to equal the record of Stephen Hendry. And who knows, it could be 8. And that's another good safety from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Martial was right on the case there. It was red first. He's refereeing his second World Final. And he's a very, very calm presence in the arena. Safety play is going to be important, isn't it? They're both ferociously gifted break builders, attacking players, potters. And that's why the safety is important. You're looking to keep the other man out. For the tournament, Trump is rated 82% on safety, O'Sullivan 78. On potting, O'Sullivan 94, Trump 89.
Well, just to reiterate that point, he's got him in a really good safety. Having to swerve round the yellow. And didn't he play it well? He played it superbly. And just caught the yellow, otherwise Trump would have been in trouble.
Just on Trump's record in finals, it's formidable, actually, of late. He's won 15 of his last 18 ranking finals. And, you know, you consider some of the people he's met, including O'Sullivan and a few of them, various other big hitters. That's very, very impressive.
Well, it's always going to be somebody good, isn't it, in the final? So, as you say, very impressive.
O'Sullivan's focus throughout this event has just never dipped. He's been really, really in control of himself and therefore his game as well. He's competed hard when he's had to. He's played the safety when he's had to. He's scored heavily, 12 centuries. Just got to do it again for another 2 days. And hope that that's still enough.
He's having a good look at this plant to the corner. And to be fair, he'd have to hit the red in the only place where he can hit, full on. He's playing it. Yeah, brilliant. It was made for him, that plant. The only bit of the red he could hit was the bit that he needed to. Look at the action he got on the cue ball. Drawing it back down the table just in case the red didn't go in. But now this is an excellent chance to take this opening frame. And he knows it, so he'll be looking to win the frame from here. If he plays for the black this time round, he'll tie the black up. And he'll be aware of that fact. It's going to be the pink, you would think.
5.
It's not imperative if he does pot the black and ties it up. In fact, it may suit him. Still got the blue and pink available.
Black ball.
His father, Steve, of course, is here, and he was a big snooker fan himself. He got Judd into the sport, and the first live snooker he took him to was in Newport to see a certain Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Welsh Open. Trump was just 8 years of age.
13.
Idolised him growing up, but all that has to be left, of course, to one side. They've had so many meetings. It's about making the most of chances, and this is definitely one. They got in with the great plan. Pink was not quite clean, but just looking to settle in. It's a long match, this, yes, but you just want to get on the scoreboard early on. They play 17 frames today, so someone will be in front overnight. The other subplot in the background, they won't be thinking of it, but it's worth pointing out. Whoever wins will be
26.
world number 1 at the start of next season.
27. $33. 34.
So he'll need another red after the pink as the crowd look on. What a match to have a ticket for. I mean, the World Final is the hottest ticket in town anyway. But with these two, you can't go wrong. Judd Trump did go wrong initially when he went into them, didn't he? Was unlucky not to land on a red, but got in with the plant. And it looks like he's won the first frame.
Yeah, and it was a brave plant to take on, wasn't it? Splattering the balls all over the place against Ronnie O'Sullivan. A confident shot. And that could have gone wrong, but it's won him the frame.
48.
Well, last time he was here, when he won, I think most people agree he played the best anyone's ever played. Trump, this is, in the final, 2019. It was the second session against John Higgins where it was like an exhibition, the way he was playing. Of course, Higgins had beaten him in 2011. Anyway, he's on the board. O'Sullivan has not potted one in this opening frame. Could make a century. The last World Final, where there was a century in the first
64.
frame, back in 1993. Stephen Hendry against Jimmy White.
I love these facts, David, I really do. Keep them coming. It's going to be a good shot to make the century. Trying to get in behind the red, just a little heavy, but he's given himself a chance.
62.
Well, he'll take the 72 because it's given him a 1-0 lead. Judd Trump in the end dominating the opening frame of the final. Remember, it's 18 required to become the 2022 World Snooker Champion.
Well, just looking at this red to the right corner. Cue ball could be going into that red behind it. So, chance for Ronnie O'Sullivan at last.
Yes, and this will show us, I guess, how he's feeling early on in the final.
The best in the world, in my opinion, at getting the reds open in a controlled way.
1.
And there's only 2 reds free, so he needs to develop them fairly quickly. The blue looks a good ball to go into them from.
8. 9.
Now needs to miss the pink, catch that red behind it, full in the face. Perfect. And he is on one. Deservedly so.
14.
Yep, unfortunately, the black doesn't go into that right corner.
Thank you.
Well, he lets out a gasp because he didn't want the cannon on the red. Played it with a little bit of side on the cue ball, but not enough. Great recovery shot. What a good pink this was, especially when it's cold. And barring plants, it could have been kinder. Another great recovery shot. Played it with screw and check on the cue ball to hold for one of the baulk colours.
That pink, I think, is a good sign for O'Sullivan supporters. In the early stages against Higgins, he was very cautious. He went 3-0 down. He wasn't really going for his shots, but there, it was a statement early on that he's going to do that. You've got to get them, though. That's the thing he did do.
$25.
And that leaves him on the black to be able to get to this red. That's blocking the way for the black into the right corner. Just looking to see if that red above the black will go into the left corner pocket.
33.
Nothing Trump can do about this. Had his chance. Deliberately left an angle here to nudge the reds, knowing if he catches them half ball, he'll be on the red over the left corner. Just like that. So trying to develop the reds, which didn't quite work out as planned, just pushed one out.
$42.
Now the red above and to the right of the black. The one he just pointed at there, that may go to the left corner pocket. He's still got lots of options here, the red next to the pink.
$49. $50.
It is like watching a master at work when he's playing around the black spot area. How he manoeuvres that cue ball.
$57.
And we often see it a lot, David, don't we, that when one player starts to play well, the other one does as well. And both players overcoming the nerves of the early frames.
58.
Playing well.
That's right. I think that the cautious start against Higgins in part was because John was also playing the percentages. Of course, Trump's gone on the attack here. We saw the plant in the last frame, and O'Sullivan's done the same, which bodes well for the next 2 days for us.
63. $64.
So the black, and Trump needs a snooker.
Yeah, Ronnie just checking the scoreboard. I mean, absolutely sure of that black. He could have played it harder and tried to
71.
disturb something. But the middle of these reds, well, the one to the middle's on. That should make sure.
72.
Could have had a century in the last frame. He may get one in this one.
Well, there's 2 things to look out for here. His personal best tally
79.
of centuries at the Crucible is 13. He's had 12 this year, so he can equal that. But more significantly, if he makes one,
80.
it will be his 200th in the World Championship. He's made 196 at the Crucible, but in his first year when he had to qualify, he made 3. So he's on 199 for this championship.
It's amazing. Really, it's amazing.
84.
Oh, great pot again. What a mood these two are in.
$92. 93.
His 30th time at the Crucible. And he's still producing these great breaks, these great performances.
99.
So this black then will be for his 200th World Championship century. $197 at the Crucible, 3 in qualifying. Unbelievable.
108.
And we know there'll be more. That's the other thing. Plenty more.
Exactly.
111. $115.
You always wonder how the players will feel at the start of a final. Trump looked confident in the first frame when he got that second chance, and O'Sullivan has looked sublime here.
120.
And there was only 2 reds out at the beginning. He had to get them open pretty quickly.
The break ends at 120, and we're all square. It's already great stuff between these two. And the good news is, there's plenty more to come. Ronnie O'Sullivan and Judd Trump are level at 1 frame all.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
If you can avoid the black, he'll take it on. Well, that's brought the black into play, and he's been a little fortunate if he's got the hamper on this red to the left corner. Can he cue it? He's looking at it. Yeah, can he cue it? No, can he cue it? Brilliant shot. Absolutely brilliant. And he was so tight there to not being able to cue it. Didn't leave anything on except the red he was playing. Had he missed the red?
Six.
Yeah, anxious looks. Just got a little bit too much screwing to the cue ball. And it's just little shots like that that can make the difference between winning and losing the frame. I think the main thing there, he was trying to move the red near the pocket. What about that for a 3-ball plant? But he's not out of trouble here. This yellow or brown, very difficult with the red sat there waiting. Good pot again. What a mood he's in.
11. Twelve. $19.
So not ideally on this red. But he might use it as a chance to open more reds up and try and finish on the black. Didn't work out unless he's on the pink. And he is. That couldn't have dropped any better, could it, for RonnieO'Sullivan? So 2 bits of luck in this break. That 3-ball plant.
Staring at someone in the audience here.
26.
It's right in his eye line. I mean, he potted the pink, but he still wants the person to be...
Stand still. Don't move.
In fact, it's
When
the
running
security
out, stop
guard he's
this
talking about. It's not actually a spectator.
He knows.
Anyway, he's in a mean mood here, isn't he?
27. $30. $31.
Well, a slight mistake, if you can call it that, with this red over the right corner. He should be okay, but he'll be angry with himself for not finishing the right side of the blue.
$36. $37. Sure.
makes them shots look so easy. But they're very missable.
44. 45. 52. 53.
Well, so far, the Rocket, as he's known, seems turbocharged here. This is a seriously impressive start from him, having not potted a ball in frame one. Only really went for one in that frame. Since then, starting to play some of his best snooker of the tournament in these two frames. Just the way he's controlled things, kept things going. I mean, that plant, it might have been partly fortunate, but then he had to pop that brown to the middle, which is a big pressure shot. Wouldn't have thought so, the way he played it.
61.
The pink as well, to the corner. This black should be 2-1. Having said that, he'd like another red. It's only one snooker needed.
68.
And that wasn't the kindest of splits, actually. He wants to keep Trump sat in his chair, so he would like to be able to pot this red he's looking at. Not this time.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 68.
Well, a pretty breathless 68. Still 67 on, so Trump needs a snooker.
Well, it's hanging over the lip. Can Trump see it? Half chance. And that's all it is. And if he plays for the black or pink, he's going to leave that red over the middle if he misses.
Yeah, he could have conceded, but the gentlemanly thing is to just let your opponent come to the table, but he knows the frame's gone. And we still have a link, don't we, back to those early days where the dress code was set, and, as I say, the trophy has been there since the first World Championship 1927. That's the great thing about this tournament, the continuity we have with the history of our sport. 40 years since Alex Higgins won here and beckoned his baby daughter Lauren onto the stage. Now, this was the plant early on.
3.
But as you say, David, the brown after it, that was good.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 3.
Trump is staying in his seat, I think. Well, he's having a think about it. He's coming back. It's 59 on, 71 in it. So if he could get rid of 3 of the reds, try and play for the snooker on the last red, you never know.
And if he could leave the last red next to the pink,
1.
he could play a tight snooker. It's all in the future.
Had to pop the black first.
That's
Still
number
not
one.
going to concede, but can't see any way back now.
One. Six. Seven.
As you say, the gentlemanly thing to do is not concede on your opponent's shot. And I like that from Trump.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 7.
But concede he will do now. So Ronnie O'Sullivan has had breaks of 120 and 68, having lost the opening frame of the final. He leads Judd Trump by 2 frames to 1, and we have 1 more frame to come before the interval.
Thanks, Ronnie. Thank you, Ronnie. Yeah, I've seen the situation.
I said, are you happy I can see the red? Are you happy I can see the red? That's what I'm saying. I want to put it back and I can't see the red.
I've seen the situation.
No, but do you think I can see the red? Judd, do you want to have a little look at that? Because I don't want to
It's your,
just have a little look. I can see the red.
it's your shot.
If I miss it, if I miss it.
What he's saying is he can see the edge of the red, and he wants Trump to be happy that he can, in case it's put back incorrectly. Olivia Martil was saying, I know where to put it back, essentially.
Yeah, because he could miss the ball like he did. And if it is replaced, he wants to be able to hit it again.
Trump, 4. Have a look, please, Ronnie.
He just shook his
Marcel,
head.
can you
He
bring it
says,
up,
no, I
please?
can't see the red. I mean, that was the whole point, wasn't it? The whole point was he could see the edge of it.
Exactly. You know, that's why he asked his opponent to have a look as well, because the referee wouldn't confirm that he can see the edge of the red.
3/4.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, what's the other?
It's going the wrong way now. It's got to go the other way,
That's what I
surely.
was thinking.
Sorry.
It was impossible.
Just take your hands up.
Good.
No, not yet. Sorry. The line seems all right, so that can only be fractions.
Okay.
Maybe.
To me or to the yellow?
Well, we're seeing the before and the after. It's not quite right. It needs to go
Back
back a little
towards
bit,
me.
doesn't it?
Yeah, the line is very good, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you, he won't, unless he can see the edge, he will not be happy with this, because the whole point was he wanted to show Trump that he could see
Can
it
you have a
for
look,
this
please?
very scenario.
Have a little look. 'Cause I'm not.
And inviting Trump to have a look.
I'd say like a white.
A mil this way. A fraction.
Still can't see it.
Moved it this way. Also, can we double check?
It wants to go to the right, not back to the
Fine.
boat cushion. And it is only a fraction, the slightest fraction, but he's got to be able to hit the red.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's what you can see with the
slight
line here
fraction.
also minus.
A
Sorry,
slight
Marcel?
fraction towards this way.
Marcel Eckhart is the
Tiny way,
marker.
but it's-
A fraction?
yeah, it's
It's a fraction. Just you can
see. Yeah. You could flick the red.
No, I can't see this red. Me and Judd agree that I can hit that red, and I literally can't hit it.
Is the position correct, Mars?
I'm not going to play the shot.
No, no. Oh, you can.
The referee saying he can see the red now.
It is right. It is right. Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah.
I still can't see the red, though. I
You-
agree that I can see the red.
Yeah, but you can still flick the red on the left-hand side.
No, you try.
No, no.
You try, he says.
According to the picture, according to my marker, it's bang on. Judd, have a double look. Have a...
It's not really up to Trump. I mean, he's
I mean,
coming
for
over.
me, this
but
is what I saw before you played the first shot.
I mean, I'm not.
I've moved it already to the left.
I'm not going to play the shot.
Right, so you agree to the left? Yeah. Moved it to the left, like a fraction. Yeah? Perfect?
well, it looks like
Judd, thank you.
finally we're going to play this shot again. If he misses it again, there'll have to be a rethink.
Quiet down now, please.
I have to play another shot.
Well, you agreed before.
No, I literally can't see
The
it.
cue ball didn't move now, so
No,
you
but
agreed
I
like...
can't see it. So what do you want me to do? Do I play a different shot? Is
No,
that
no,
what you
no,
want me to
no,
do?
I'm not saying
No,
that.
I'm happy to do it if you're...
I'm not saying that.
I can't
But
see
according
the-
to my marker,
Judd,
Judd
do you wanna have
Judd
another
is all right.
I'll see.
You can
half
see the
right.
red.
Do you think I can see that red?
Thank you. Mars,
Do you want to take the cue ball off and we do it properly again?
I already moved it to the left. It's a fraction.
I mean, down the line there, it looks like he can just see it.
Okay?
Well, to me, there just needs to go a fraction to our right. And that's what he was trying to do the first time, and he could see it. We looked and saw that he could see it.
Good grief, that took a long time though, didn't it, to sort all that out. I thought Trump was good there, actually, because he could have just stayed out of it. He said, you sort it out. He had seen it the first time, so he knew, and that was the point of O'Sullivan asking him, he knew that he could see the red, and he was happy that it was just moved slightly.
Great sportsmen, haven't we? We've got great sportsmen in this game. Admitting to fouls when the referees doesn't see them. Helping your opponent put the ball back.
What saved that from being quite a big controversy is that O'Sullivan, right away before he played it the first time, wanted to show everyone he could see it, so that he wasn't gaining advantage if he missed it. Because it took a long time, that did, and it wasn't quite an argument, but there was a lot of discussion going on.
Yeah, it is a good job, though. He asked Trump to have a look, because if it had just been between him and the referee, it could have been hairy out there. Now this looks easy on TV, but believe me it's not, and he may have to dig down into the cue ball to avoid the reds. And he's left one at the edge of the pack there. So Trump's gets a chance here, but there's only a couple of reds out.
1. Six. Judd Trump, 6.
One of these frames where the red in bulk. So you may start to see red start to scatter a little bit towards that end.
Well, they could ask for a re-rack, especially if Trump just rolls up into them. Because neither player likes to see this type of game.
Well, that changes it. The red is now dispatched back into the bunch.
Oh, that's opened things up. He caught them much too thick. This red closest to the left corner. Of course, it's the easiest red, but not the easiest to get to a colour from.
One.
Never easy to get to a colour from that red. And there's a lot of pressure on this blue. If he takes it on, I can't see him not. Yeah, good shot. Had to go in. There's no hiding place.
6. 7. 12.
And taking this red to the right corner, that frees the black in there. And then he could start thinking about making a big break. Well, took the more
13.
difficult red and made it look easy.
Yeah, I've talked about how focused he's been during the championship. If anything, he stepped it up today. Just seems completely on top of everything. Of course, it's his 8th World Final. The one he lost was 2014 to Mark Selby.
18.
When he dominated day one, Selby dug in like he does and came through on the second day. This is a different sort of match. I guess it's probably going to be more open than that one. More suited to O'Sullivan's own style.
$19.
Yeah, he just didn't want
24.
that cue ball tight to the cushion there. And it's made this pot a little bit more difficult, but there's a positional side of the shot. Awkward cueing. Needs to slow down. That's what I
25.
was talking about there. Just because the cue ball was close to the cushion, he had to concentrate on the pot rather than the positional side of the shot. The green is still on. It would help if he could reach it. Full stretch there. Now, what's the damage?
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 25.
Has he left the red on? I think he can pot it with a bit of side, but can he get to a colour? Dropping it in is not a problem, but getting to a colour is.
Again, we're just talking fractions, aren't we? Making the difference for what could be a good frame winning chance.
Did well. He did really well.
Yeah, I just feel with Trump, he can get that cue ball basically anywhere on the table he wants, somehow.
And bend round balls, because look at the bridge hand there. Had to raise his bridge hand to be able to bend the cue ball round the first red. But he gets a chance.
Yeah, and
6.
feels important this, because O'Sullivan, the intensity he's had, the way he's played so far, he looks determined to really do some serious damage in this first session. Trump can peg him back here though. Of course, he started with a break of 72 in frame 1.
7. $13.
It was a tough green he took on. And he was a little unfortunate not to be on the blue.
14.
Doesn't need the difficult yellow.
$20. $21.
Well, that's not good. Straight on the blue. Needs to screw the cue ball back to where it is now, roughly. Then he'd have a straight red to the right corner. And he's underhit that. This isn't straightforward now.
26. $27.
It's getting harder. Oh, what a fancy way to get round to the reds. Incredible shot. Really was an incredible shot, that. His knowledge of the angles is unsurpassed.
$34.
Yeah, if you had his voice on the sat-nav in the car, you'd feel like you were going to get to where you wanted to go, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you wouldn't finish up in the odd river. And this low red must go. The other two are then available to the left corner. And now this has turned back into a winnable chance in this fourth frame.
39.
I was just looking at Ronnie O'Sullivan there, and he's accepted his fate in this frame, I'm pretty sure.
Well, Trump doesn't seem too happy with the position here. Running into the other red.
46.
But it's okay. In fact, it's more than okay. Because he leads by 31, so this pink O'Sullivan needs a snooker. Listen, we're greedy people here. We want this match to be close, don't we? We want it to be a thriller. Because we're watching two great players. This is the green that O'Sullivan missed. And the response from Trump has been emphatic. He's had to get over a couple of hurdles. And he's not quite there because that red needed to go in. It's one snooker.
52.
And he just tried to make sure of the red, absolutely sure of the red. He didn't play any position whatsoever. How important could that be?
1.
Doesn't need the black. He doesn't need the pink though.
$7. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 7.
No, that wasn't the best shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. First things first, he should have got the yellow safe.
Trump could do with knocking this in, couldn't he? And not having the anxiety of the playing for snookers. And he hasn't done that. Again, it just stays out.
Yes, and Ronnie O'Sullivan just looking to see where he wants to be on the green. To play, able to play a good snooker in behind the brown.
2.
And that will do nicely. This is missable. How have I got here? That's what he's thinking. Oh, I've got myself in this position.
Yeah, and the problem, apart from being snookered, is all balls are in the open. There's nothing on a cushion. biggest moment of the match so far, this.
Yeah, what he mustn't do here is miss the green and leave the green on. That is an absolute no-no. Very close. Now, the other no-no was leaving a free ball.
Foul.
And that was a really poor shot.
RonnieO'Sullivan
really
4.
from Judd Trump.
And a free ball.
That could probably cost him the game. That's unforgivable, I'm afraid.
Yeah, what a moment this is. I mean, he just needed that red. He had the chance at the
Brown
yellow,
ball.
but free ball, so Brown counts 3. O'Sullivan with a chance for 3-1.
Well, he's going to come back to the table, Judd Trump.
3.
Fortunately. I mean, when he was playing the green out the snooker, I thought he was going to leave the cue ball on the black cushion. So there's no chance of potting the green and getting to the brown. He just never thought of the free ball. I find that amazing.
RonnieO'Sullivan 3.
He's a very lucky boy coming back to the table. And O'Sullivan not being straight on the brown. It could have been a lot worse for Trump. He's pushed it towards the corner. Oh, and that's turned that into a very, very good safety. That little rub on the pink net.
Trump must feel this is self-inflicted. This hole is in. That's the worst part of it. He may still get out of it.
Well, he gave it lots of thought, that. But it's a thin cut to the left corner. The cue ball will be going back down towards the brown.
Well, it's only frame 4. We've had a bit of everything. We've had a century. We've had a long discussion with the referee. 30-minute frame. The snooker's been got already in the balance. Trump desperate to get it on the board now. O'Sullivan knowing it's a big early moment if he wins it.
He could do with the ball safe, Trump. And the longer the safety goes on, more chance of that. It's not far away. Neither is the white.
Amazing, isn't it?
Judge round 4.
Got another day and a half of this, folks. Having wrested the initiative, it's been handed back, the white going in. Now then, Judd Trump. Desperate to pot this, because remember, O'Sullivan at the moment can still tie. Just shaved the knuckle. Wow. So it could be a respot.
I don't know how many chances did Judd need. I mean, this was a relatively easy shot for somebody of his calibre. Will he get another chance? That cue ball needs to slow down.
3.
Not ideally on the brown.
This frame should have been over, though, shouldn't it? Several times. The key frame, really, of his match with Higgins was the respot frame at the end of session 2. Higgins had missed a black to trail only 9-7. O'Sullivan won the frame to lead 10-6, and after that, Higgins didn't really get close to him.
They're really good shots there. To play at bat speed, because you know where the brown's going to be if you miss it. And it wasn't an easy shot.
7.
Not ideally on the blue.
Twelve.
So Ronnie O'Sullivan needs this black, and the black comes back on for a respot. Incredible, and the real drama still to come, but Judd Trump had so many chances to win that frame. We now need an extra black to decide it.
Yeah, and I tell you what, David, he needs this frame, Judd Trump. If he loses this frame after the chances that he's had, this is going to hurt.
Judd, heads. It's tails. Ronnie, you won the toss.
So Trump lost the toss, he's been put into bat. Judd Trump will be absolutely sick. It should have been his, but Ronnie O'Sullivan on a respot takes the advantage at the interval. What a massive frame that was. He leads 3-1.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Ronnie O'Sullivan gets the final underway again. In a strong position already, 3-1. He's played really well. He's had a century, a 68, and then won a very dramatic 35-minute fourth frame with the old cock-tap double on the respot off 3 cushions.
And he's pushed her red towards that corner. Nearly dropped in. And I'm sat
Thank you.
right down the line of the shot there. You can see it. Looking to see if the pink goes to the middle.
One.
Well, I wonder what he said to himself in the interval, Judd Trump, because he had numerous chances to win that fourth frame. And both these players have got great strength of mind,
6.
but that's going to take some getting out of his mind. The amount of chances he had to go 2 each.
Seven. Twelve. 13.
So just one more red that he can play for. And it wouldn't be any good playing for the black from that red. He needs to get back down for the blue. Lots of right-hand side on the cue ball. But he's a little straight on this red.
18.
If the pink goes to the right middle, he may have to play for that. It was difficult.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 18.
Trying to force that one in to get the right side of the blue to be able to open up back of reds. He's some way off, isn't he? It's worrying times, this, for Judd Trump's fans. He needs an easy chance.
Yeah, and if you're struggling, this is where this championship can catch you out. You can have a bad session. Mark Williams did and still took it to a final frame. But you can only have one. Trump surely needs feel to split the next mini session, then he's right in it. Even if you're 6-2 down, it's not too bad, but 7-1, then you start talking session to spare, all that sort of stuff comes into it.
Thank you.
What an excellent pot that was, and he's left himself the perfect angle on the green to open the reds up. He hasn't been fortunate there. He's split them well, but he's not on one. Or not on an easy one. Hit them just as he wanted.
RonnieO'Sullivan,
Well,
4.
he's left it short of the baulk cushion. Won't be happy with that. Just not happening for Trump at the moment. Saving graces, he hasn't left anything easy.
Yeah, I mean, he must have been affected by that fourth frame. Feeling that it should be 2-2, and he's seen how dangerous O'Sullivan has looked so far. That's the problem. There is the danger he could go off into the distance. Trump has been in a similar position against Stuart Bingham. It was a different part of the match. He was 8-5 down, and at that point could not pot a ball. But Stuart Bingham missed a ball, and Trump recovered. He didn't lose another frame in the match.
Yeah, good safety. No way back down the table, down the left side. So just coming off the right side cushion to land up into the reds. Containing safety. Played it well.
Touching ball.
Trump's pot success at the moment in the match is down at 80%, so it seems to be going down with every frame. But of course, that can change. This again, I mean, it's the World Final. Every frame's important, but it does feel significant this frame in terms of Trump just trying to get back to the sort of equilibrium. He started the match and he looked good in frame one. He won it with a 72.
Well, by playing down the right side of the table there, he's left this safety shot. O'Sullivan. And it's another tough long shot. He's going to take it on. And this time it goes in.
One.
Well, yeah, it's
You
been
switch that light off when you take a picture.
21.5 minutes since he'd
Thank you.
potted the ball. Meantime, as photographer, who had a light on their camera, was being reprimanded by the referee.
Yeah, he was looking towards us, but it wasn't me and David. Doesn't want to finish up behind the black. Amazing.
Three.
Amazing.
Thanks.
On that way around the table. Now, can you see enough of it to pot it? He can.
Well, it's already a great four break, isn't it? 3 great shots there, but this is where he obviously wants to now keep it going. But good recovery.
Not an easy table, this. Got a couple of reds out.
Six.
And just come a little too far for the red he played for. This is much tougher. Good recovery. But the next red is going to be difficult to get to.
Well, this is an unbelievable break already, isn't it? feels like he should have about 50 points on the board here, rather than what it is, which is 7.
Well, that was a good attempt
13.
to get onto the reds, to the left middle. But it looks like just a safety now. The red will go. No. Never easy.
Judd Trump, 13.
Trying to develop the black at the same time as potting that red. Couldn't have played it any better. Dead weight to the middle. Look at the red. It just turns in ever so slightly. Now, hasn't got the angle to go into them, but you can play up for that red by the middle and then go into them from the blue. Hasn't gone far enough. So may have to go into them from the green or brown.
7. Eight.
Yeah, just missed the pink. And he's on one. Oh, built well. Has that red come to block the pocket?
11.
I think he can just pot it.
Yeah, the crowd weren't sure whether to applaud there. They weren't sure if he was on it, but
12.
he is. So, great chance now for O'Sullivan to extend his lead. Trump had that initial chance. It was so awkward, though, all of it, and eventually missed the red to the middle. O'Sullivan potted a good red to the middle, and you just feel once the reds are open, you just feel frame is his.
$19. $24. $25.
Again, just knocked it in as though it was easy, but there was lots of pressure on that blue.
30.
Another red and a big colour.
$31.
So if he takes a yellow, he needs another red. If he takes a brown, his opponent needs snookers. Strange that. He now needs this red.
33.
I'll just switch to left-handed.
Trump knows this is effectively for 4-1, and the real danger that the match is starting to get away from him. It's important not to get carried away. We've only had 5 frames, but there is a danger that this session he could be in serious trouble when they come back this evening.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 40.
Think of playing on. No, he's staying where he is. So RonnieO'Sullivan looking very sharp, it has to be said, in the early stages of this World Championship final. He leads Judd Trump by 4 frames to 1.
Thank you. Frame 6. Judd Trump to break.
So Judd Trump gets the 6th of the 8 frames they will play here this afternoon underway. He's trailing 4-1. Yeah, 96 minutes playing time. Of course, we had one long frame, 35-minute 4th. That was easily the most dramatic so far, the respot finish, after O'Sullivan had got Snooker.
Well, that safety shot went wrong. Didn't intend to kiss that second red. O'Sullivan not in the mood for missing.
1.
And the brown to the middle. Coming down the table, playing for choice of 2 reds.
5. Six.
Just puts that cue ball wherever he wants, doesn't it? The control he has over the cue ball. That's what makes things so easy. Now may try and leave an angle on the black to be able to open then cluster of reds up.
14.
Little stun run through. Now if he can catch that red above and to the right of the black, the end red, half ball is definitely on the red to the side cushion. Well, can he pot this?
21.
And there's the answer.
22.
Well, a lot for him to think about right now, watching his boyhood idol, who is still producing phenomenal snooker at the age of 46. If he wins the title, he will be the oldest ever champion in any era. problem for everyone else,
25.
he's still playing a young man's game.
Except he's playing it better than young men. He's got all the knowledge
26.
and experience of an older guy.
Look at the way he's opened this frame up now. The ball's now at his mercy to make it 5-1.
And that's the secret, making everything easy. All these balls are easy, quite rightly say so, but he
31.
makes it easy by controlling that cue ball, putting it exactly where he wants it.
32. $38. $39. $46. $47.
It was a poor safety from Trump. Catching the other red. Great long red from O'Sullivan.
Yeah, I just feel
52.
Trump's whole mindset, though, must have been affected by that fourth frame. It was such a... It wasn't just one error, was it? It was a series of them. You know, initially he missed the red. He had a chance at the long yellow. Then out of a snooker he left a free ball, and eventually he had the chance at the green to go back to snooker as required, missed it. Eventually lost it on a respot, in which he just played one shot. He put the respot on the side cushion.
$53. $59. $60.
So he's looking for another red after this black for a 5-1 lead, and of course it guarantees an advantage when they come back this evening.
$67. $68.
This is what you call full punishment.
Yeah, and again,
74.
when he came to the table, the balls weren't open.
75.
He's had to make this break.
$82. $83.
Well, he made 120 break in frame 2. That was his 200th century in the World Championship. That's including 3 made in qualifying in the first year he played in the tournament.
90. 91.
He makes one here. It'll be a personal best at the Crucible. 14 for the 17 days, or 16 so far. The record is 16 centuries for a tournament, equalled yesterday by Mark Williams. He equalled Stephen Hendry's record. The way O'Sullivan's going, though, he's going to break it in this match. He's playing seriously well. So this blue for his second century. He is fully on top.
What a shame.
105.
It was hard to miss the black. It could still go in though.
Foul.
105
Yes,
from
105.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, who is in danger of turning this final into a possession. Judd Trump has got to get involved soon. He's in big trouble already. O'Sullivan leading 5-1.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
He is 13 frames away from the title.
Well, he's got a chance at the long pot. O'Sullivan hitting that break off much too hard. Well, that's more like it, but that kiss wasn't the best.
One.
Yeah, the black, no good to him, even if he potted it. Comes back onto its spot, and the red is covering
Trump one.
the black, so played a safety, good safety. But with the pack being so tightly bunched, it's not a problem to just drop onto them. Looking at the possible plant there. Well, that was a good chance to get in behind the brown in yellow. It was a big target. Disappointed there. Sullivan looking back at the shot. But if Trump tries to play the same shot, he could push a red over the right corner, so he's got to be careful.
It's actually the anniversary today, back in 1989. So what's that, 33 years of the final of the championship where Steve Davis beat John Parrott 18-3. Heaviest ever defeat inflicted at this venue. That would have seemed unlikely, even with Davis's great record, to just keep that intensity up and got in front, but that's what he was like. O'Sullivan showing similar focus here. But also, on the other side of that, Steve Davis famously lost a world final from 8-0 up in 1985.
Pushed right to that right corner, but he's got a good cue ball. And this is one of those type of shots where if you go for it and miss it, you could leave the frame on. And there's no guarantee of getting to a colour. Those aren't the kind of odds that you like, but look at that for a kiss. And he probably thinks he deserves something.
Well, we'll see in time, but that, as you say, that kiss, that could be the start of something. Maybe we'll look back on that shot in an hour or so's time. He needed something to happen, didn't he?
Well, it was a great long pot for a start. But the kisses, and especially that one.
Well, like you say, I mean, there was at least 3 there. But it's only significant if he now takes advantage.
9. Long rest.
He needs to show Ronnie O'Sullivan how well he's playing, how good he's feeling. Since that first frame, he's been in his shell a little bit. Certainly frame 4 was one he would want to forget. You've got to look forward in a match of this length. And he has every chance here to certainly build a nice lead in this frame, if not win it.
Thank you.
Black not available just yet in the corners. I've got to concentrate on the pink till he can
15.
remove those reds. Well, obviously the black doesn't go. Otherwise he would have played for it there. It's very tight.
$22. 23. $29.
This, of course, is the occasion our whole season builds towards. Usually from about the Masters
30.
in January, people are talking about the World Championship. And whatever you've done during the season, whether it's been good or bad, ultimately you'll be remembered for what you do here. Now, Judd Trump has won 2 titles, which most players would be delighted with. But, of course, previous couple of years, he'd won 11
36.
ranking events in 2 seasons. So his form had dipped a little. But as I say, it doesn't
37.
matter if he comes good here tomorrow night. He'll be a multiple world champion.
$43. 44.
He can't get to a red to make it easy. He'd like to get closer to one of these reds, but they're all covering one another. There is a red that will go to the right corner.
Stand still, please.
Looking for a good kiss, and that's okay. He made something happen there with all
50.
that left-hand side on the cue ball. Now, normally, he'd play this red to the right corner and play the cannon to those 2 reds by the black. stay on the black, but no need to play it.
51.
Strange thing about his semi-final with Mark Williams, he only actually won one of the 4 sessions, but he won it 7-1. So what that tells you is if you can have one really good session, it can make a massive difference. This won't be it, but he can still get something out of it.
57.
57, and they're all there if he misses. Didn't want the kiss,
58.
and that's left him with a more difficult pink.
Yeah, it's that danger point in the frame, isn't it? He needs pink and red. O'Sullivan waiting, knowing the wings. In goes the pink.
Yeah, and not ideally on the red. My word. He's
64.
in dire straits here if he takes this red on and misses it. That's a brave shot. That's a brave shot. And that should be the winning shot in this frame.
Oh, there's his family, his parents. He's looking at his mother, Georgina, there. It's only session 1. You're already feeling it, but, well, get used to it. They're so proud of him, of course. His dad, as I say, massive fan, Steve. He used to drive him everywhere.
Rainbow.
Every weekend he would give up to drive Judd and Jack to tournaments. And this is the result of that. They're watching their son in the World Championship final. And
68.
come back to life in this frame. What an important break this is.
Yeah, he's took it
69.
so well, hasn't he, and confidently. He was in trouble a couple of times. And we want to see a close final. You know, we don't want to see somebody getting
75.
absolutely murdered. We want to see what's brought them to the final.
76.
And this is more like the Trump we know.
Yeah, snooker is blessed with some great players, but it will be nothing without an audience. And they have paid their money, and they want to see a proper snooker match, and that's what it's turning into again. A very important visit
82.
from Judd Trump, with a big frame
83.
still to come this afternoon.
And finally, that 4th frame out of his mind, with a chance of another
89.
century. This time from Trump.
90.
Yeah, we're chasing down the centuries record, aren't we, for the tournament set last year, 108. We've already had 105 with the 2 O'Sullivans made today. These 2 are going to break it, aren't they? If ever you needed 2 players to break a record for centuries,
95.
they're playing now. But maybe not.
97.
There won't be one here unless you can find something incredible. Oh, so close. But it was a great break. He needed that. 97 from Judd Trump. Just stops the O'Sullivan charge. There's one more frame to play here this afternoon. O'Sullivan's lead cut to 5-2.
Judd Trump to break.
So the last frame of the first session of the 2022 World Snooker Championship Final. Ronnie O'Sullivan leads Judd Trump 5-2. Just 2 hours playing time. We had a 35-minute frame that went to a respot. Otherwise, it's been pretty swift stuff. And Judd Trump has just won his 2nd frame of the day with a break in 97. So O'Sullivan will be in front. The question is 6-2 or 5-3. There's that trophy in the background that will be presented to one of these 2 fine players tomorrow night.
And again, not a good safety. It was a safety shot in the last frame that cost Ronnie O'Sullivan. It just depends if he can take this long red on to the right corner. and get to a colour. No point in taking it on if you can't get to a colour. Right in the middle of the pocket. He wants that cue ball to bounce a little. There's no easy red to play for. The one just below the blue is probably the only one. Great effort to split the reds. And he may well take this red on. He could play across for the black. Wouldn't leave anything but the red he's playing on. Yeah, great shot. Terrific shot. And look where he's put the cue ball, just in case he missed it. Those are the type of shots, David.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. He's showing great character, isn't he, here? You know, because he was battered into submission at 5-1. There was only one player in the match, it felt. Oh, dear.
Check rep 7.
He got a heavy contact.
Thank you.
There's absolutely nothing you can do about that. The object ball just takes a different path when the kick occurs.
I guess the one thing you can do is use the new chalk, which neither of these two do. They're sort of the two last top players that use the traditional chalk. There's a newer model that a lot of players feel has pretty much eradicated kicks. Hence, there's been a lot of cue ball cleaning.
One.
Well, he hasn't quite come far enough on the pink, and it's going to be difficult to get to another red from there. He wanted to be straight on the pink. He played with the idea of opening the reds up, then changed his mind. Well, that was visions of the Alex Higgins blue
RonnieO'Sullivan
in that magical break that he got in 82 against Jimmy. He didn't get anywhere near the action on the cue ball that Alex did, but he is on this red.
Well, I think that has to go down as a bit of a let-off for O'Sullivan, who has been clinical most of the afternoon. This was Trump's chance to get in and punish him for losing ideal position, missing that tough blue. Didn't make it, though. It's just a sense here that, you know, this is classic last frame of the session. Edginess has come on. O'Sullivan looking for 6-2. I think he would feel that would be the right scoreline based on how they played. 5-3 for Trump would be golden for him. He's been hanging on a lot of the afternoon.
When the players are playing the safety shots like this, they like to put a little bit of side on the cue ball to create the path, but when it's close to the cushion like that, you can't do it. It's a very good return, but the red could be on to the right corner. Now you can see it is on, it's tough, but it's there. That was the problem. Cue ball was going into the cluster. And now O'Sullivan with a decent chance here.
One.
Again, just potted it a little bit thin. And that's why he's not on the pink as he wanted. Frustration is what Ronnie's feeling at the moment. And that's how to get rid of frustration. What a pot. What a terrific pot.
Well, he absolutely had to get it. That's the thing about it.
And deserved to be on an easier red than the three that he's got. Red to the middle, red to the right corner, and one to the baulk. Nicely played. Great recovery. He's going to tie the black up here when he pots it, but he's still got the pink available.
$13. 14. 20. 21.
Well, what we've seen from Ronnie O'Sullivan is a continuation of what we've been watching for the whole fortnight.
27.
Very focused, disciplined, but also gutsy. That brown was a big, big shot to play.
$28.
And he could have gone into the cluster last time round, but decided to play for that loose red. It's not like him, really. Likes to get them open when he get another chance.
34. Long one, also.
Looking at the possible plant, two reds to the left middle.
Thank you.
Now we'll soon find out if that is a plant.
Go on.
Hasn't got the ideal angle on the pink to be able to go into them. He could do.
35.
Couldn't go into them with any power. So he's got options here, whether to play for the plant, the red on the right side cushion, or try and move something. Hasn't worked out. So Judd Trump, not out of this game yet.
41.
Yes, big relief for him. He's going to come back to the table, it would seem. 35 points in it.
Well, that red does go to the middle, just got a glimpse of it there. And play the safety.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 41.
Yeah, he looked at the plant. It wasn't far away. That looks to be a decent safety. The two cushion escape then. Mustn't catch them thick.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump, 4. Bessie?
Deshislava Bosilova, who refereed one of the semi-finals, is now in the marker's seat, helping the referee, Olivia Martil.
It's on the F, okay.
There's no full ball contact available, so there's no warning if he misses a second time. Doesn't want to overcompensate though, does he, and leave reds on by catching them too thick.
That was the danger,
Foul,
isn't it?
miss.
Catching it too thick.
Judd Trump, 6.
That's valuable 10 points gained by Judd Trump. Looking at the possible plant, and he might well take this on.
Well, frame one, he got in for a 72 break with a long-range plant. Looks like he's going to play it.
He's got it. He needs that cue ball to come out of ball.
1.
And that will do. He's on the green.
Well, they say fortune favours the brave. He didn't have to take this on, did he? But he has, he's got it, and he's earned his chance to salvage the last frame of the afternoon.
It's a difficult clearance for sure with the black tied up. Right on the right side cushion. And not ideally on the next red. Yeah, not quite hard enough. Played for the pink
5.
into the left middle. He might still take it into the middle, screw across for this red on the right side cushion. Just depends what kind of an angle he's got on the pink. If he can stun for the two reds. Shot.
$11. $12.
Now, if he can leave an angle on this next red to bring the black into play. Overdone it.
$18. $19. Blue ball. $24.
Missed an easier red than this in the fourth frame, which cost him dearly. It's not just potting the red, it's being able to pot it and get to a colour to disturb that last red. Yeah, he could try and split them this time round, but that's dangerous because if you split them and miss the red, you leave the frame on. I think that's a more valuable shot to play. Okay, he hasn't left the angle on the pink, but he can play the snooker now. Pot the pink and play a decent snooker. He's got himself into the lead if he pots the pink.
What a session it's been. We've had 3 centuries, we've had a respot frame, and now a really exciting one to end proceedings. Yeah, correction, we've had 2 centuries. Of course, Trump, it was a 97, but it felt like one. It felt as important as one for him, and this passage of play also very important.
And played it well. He played it well. He could do with it being away from the cushion like so. And this is trouble because if he plays it hard, he leaves the free ball. If he misses it. If he plays it slow, as to not leave a free ball, and misses it, he's in trouble next shot. So he's in big trouble here. So that's a free ball.
Fall and a miss.
Oh, well,
Round 4, free ball.
hitting the jaws of the pocket has saved him a little.
Well, he was fortunate in the end that if that cue ball had gone in, then the frame is just handed to Trump. Cue ball back in the D.
What a big decision this is now, though. Does he take the black on? Have the ball replaced?
Black ball.
No. Now, does Ronnie take this red on? He certainly does.
One.
Now, just got to avoid the in-off as we look at this red again. Wasn't clean. Didn't look in, actually. Oh, can you believe it? Can you believe it? If you tried to do that, you couldn't do it.
8.
Ah, there's all sorts happening here.
And a miss. RonnieO'Sullivan 8. Judd Trump 7.
Well, again, I mean, he's got the yellow, but what a pressure ball this is for Trump.
And nothing safe.
Hang on, Judd.
Referee's going over to O'Sullivan.
Yeah.
What gesture did you see?
I see. I saw it.
No, tell me. What did you see?
Tell me what you said. I'm not going to see it on
No,
TV.
you tell me what you said. You saw nothing. You saw
I'll
nothing.
tell you.
Go and look at the camera. You saw nothing.
Okay.
I'm not.
Well, this is getting
Thanks, Judd.
quite unpleasant, actually. The referee said he saw something. O'Sullivan said, "What did you see?" He said, "I'm not telling you here." And O'Sullivan ended up pointing at him, saying, "Don't start."
Yeah, but I had to say something, Judd. I had to. Could have said it after the game.
And now Trump's complaining that he said it before he was getting ready to play the shot. So the referee has displeased both players here. Judd Trump was getting ready to take the yellow on, and just the atmosphere has changed here right at the end of the session. They both look furious, actually, both players.
Yeah, but what an important part of the proceedings. Trump about to take this all-important yellow on. Yeah, well played. Well played. And the crowd really enjoyed that one.
Well, when I said it had everything, it has now, hasn't it? I mean, that was quite extraordinary what happened there, actually. Judd Trump, then he's knocked the yellow in. He needs green, brown and blue.
5.
It feels, and this is the strange thing about these long matches, it feels like a big result for Trump if this is 5-3. O'Sullivan at times was threatening to really run away with the final. Judd Trump, though, he showed no fear. He's not gone into his shell, has he? He took the plant on. He took the free ball black on. Didn't get it, OK. He took the yellow on. He got it. He needs the blue. He's won the frame. It's been a memorable session. In the end, quite controversial. The snooker has been of high quality. Ronnie O'Sullivan has won the session. He doesn't shake hands with the referee. Judd Trump does, and even though he's 5-3 down, that feels like a result for him. So a fascinating start to the World Championship final. Ronnie O'Sullivan with the edge, 5-3, with plenty more to come.
Thank you. The 9th frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Frame 9, O'Sullivan with a 2-frame lead. He would have certainly entertained thoughts of a bigger advantage when he led 5-1. But crucially, Trump able to take the last of the session with that pressure pot on the yellow after all of the shenanigans. Good to see O'Sullivan pumping fists there with Olivia Martial. Just left a slightly sour taste, didn't it, at the end of a session and of a final that has been so eagerly awaited. The two most exciting players in the game going head-to-head over 35 frames in the biggest match on the calendar. It doesn't get any better than that, and we want the snooker to do the talking for sure. Another fascinating session in store, Neil.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting. I think that all things considered, if Judd is going to win this match, or certainly get close to winning it, he might have to up his game on what we've seen, not only from this afternoon, but in general. Yes, he's in the final, and that means he's played well enough, but he hasn't played the X-Factor snooker hardly at all that we've seen from him in the past. But there is still time, and taking those last 2 frames would have given him a real boost. It looked like it could be a very one-sided first session of 4. 5-3 he would have taken.
He certainly looked the happier of the two when he left the arena, and having expressed frustration himself to the referee that he'd been delayed in taking on that yellow. Goes for the red, but jaws it. He did exchange a friendly handshake with Olivia when he left, and of course the big reason why he was able to smile was that he'd managed to win 2 frames on the bounce to stay in touch. But that's an area of his game which by and large this season has been below par. At times has returned during this tournament, but needs to be in very good shape for the remainder of this World Final. And already a full start.
Thank you.
So take
Thank
2
you. The 9th frame,
in frame 9. There are 9 frames coming your way this evening. Further 8 tomorrow afternoon, a possible 10 tomorrow evening to determine who's going to lift up that magnificent trophy. Trump, remember, leads the overall head-to-head, 13 wins to 12. Perhaps more significantly, he's won 5 of the last 7 meetings, and the last 4 finals they've contested. He's won 7 of the 10 finals in all, but Ronnie O'Sullivan has won their only meeting here. That was the year he basically took the season off, defeated Trump convincingly in the semis. But that was nearly a decade ago. Goodness me. That's not a good sign, is it, for Trump? That has gone calamitously wrong. He's missed the red by such a margin. He's opened them up and he's left one for O'Sullivan.
Well, there's a problem that he has faced all season, really. His long game has not been as sensational as we've seen in the past, and I think that's always been a hallmark of his game, but he's got to the final without really knocking in as many of those as he once did, and that one didn't look nice at all. When the red careers into the bunch, it's a heart-stopping moment.
One.
So O'Sullivan with an early chance to get back into his stride. He played some very good stuff to lead 5-1, including 2 centuries. He's now made 14 in this tournament, which is his best.
6.
And he's only a couple now behind the record set by Mark Williams in the semi-finals, equaling Stephen Hendry's
7.
tally in 2002. Remarkable, really, that Williams was able to do it without playing the final. But that's yet another record that could be in O'Sullivan's sights over the course of the next 3 sessions of this final. The one he really wants, above all, of course, is to tie up Hendry's tally of 7 World Championships here at the Crucible.
$14. 15.
It's a pretty good table. The red to the left of the black. If he could
20.
play on that at some point soon, or he could cannon it perhaps, it would be even better. And knowing O'Sullivan, the way he
21.
break builds, that will be his objective here. It will pop. Might have to play a little cannon to move the red, push it towards the pocket slightly. And it's unusual for O'Sullivan to get that shot wrongly.
28.
Means now his next shot to the middle is about 10 times more difficult than it could have been. Queuing over a ball as well.
It always looked high, it was very difficult,
28.
and that has got to go down as a major reprieve for Judd Trump, who would have feared the worst when he missed the red, opened the reds and went in off. Just 28 from O'Sullivan, who has a tournament pot success that's still very good, 93%. Trump's still in the 80s, 89. Currently down at 85 in this match, so clearly that's got to change if he is to turn this world final his way.
I think when he went off and left that red up the other end of the table and a number of other reds in open play, he thought he would come to the table at the start of the next frame, not only 32-0 down in this one.
9.
Looked like it would cost him the frame.
$16. 17. 24. 25. 30.
Things just getting a bit more tricky after this red is potted.
31.
Five reds are a little bit grouped up. I'm not sure whether anything goes in amongst them. Don't think anything does, so you might have to nudge them. Well, more than a nudge. Very good shot. Cue ball stayed in the middle of the table. That's the clue on those. It slides off to a side cushion or down to bulk, then you're in a lot of trouble.
39.
Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Just if he could win this frame, and it would be a real boost for him after missing that long pot by so far, being given a reprieve, and if he can do what Ronnie couldn't do, win the frame in a single visit, that would
46.
be a significant moment, I think, in this session.
47.
The first really significant moment of this final came in the fourth frame, a frame that Trump really should have won. He had multiple opportunities to pop frame ball, and in the end, of course, lost it on a respot.
55.
The hack double of O'Sullivan when it looked like being 2 each, and that clearly set him back. Of course, he then fell 5-1 behind.
Yeah, quick glance at the scores. He'll be 30 ahead when this goes in. So he needs 2 more reds, basically. And that's not bad. Let's run it through with
62.
Extended rest, perhaps. Onto the black. And a frame that O'Sullivan might well have won. Like a couple before the mid-session, or the end of the last session. Similar story, really. It's almost been a tale of frames which could have been one that have been lost for both players so far.
Thunderous expression. O'Sullivan knows he's let Trump off here, and it looks as though he's going to be punished for it.
Thank you.
It was the loose positional shot that cost him.
63.
He was left with a very difficult red. Bridging over a ball. And Trump, who must have been preparing himself for a 6-3 deficit when he missed the red and scattered them and left O'Sullivan the chance, is now hoping to make it just a 1-frame deficit.
70.
But this frame isn't won yet.
He didn't pop the black cleanly. Now, obviously, he only needs the red, so he can cut it in and head down to the bulk end, but it doesn't really alter the fact he should be right behind it. Yeah, if he deposited it into the centre of the pocket, the cue ball will have raced up the table further. One more shot to do here. Well, there's one snooker thing stand to tie, the red, black and all the colours, and the 4-point penalty. That is to assume, though, that he takes his break no further here. So it's now a couple of snookers. This is a test of his confidence, having missed a long red. Less pressure on this one, but if you can knock this long red in and get the frame absolutely signed and sealed, it might also just instill a bit more confidence in his game. Now, he's not getting close to those long-range shots, but even then,
Trump, 73.
firing snookers, he'll win the first frame of the evening.
He was missing them thick against Mark Williams into that right corner. That one was way too thin, but very much advantage Trump. O'Sullivan, as you can see, needs 2 snookers to avoid Trump winning 3 in a row. plenty of potential for snookers with the state of the colours. Oh, Trump's missed now.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan's 4.
Could have been a free ball there, the way the cue ball was racing round the table. It's not, of course.
No, it isn't, but you're right. It was a
Can't call
slight
him, miss.
reprieve on that score.
Ah, sorry. Play again. Thanks.
I think there was a misunderstanding then, I think more between the O'Sullivan and the referee. Olivier Martelli thought that Ronnie was inquiring about a miss being called, but he's just asking Judd to play again, so that was nothing.
Still one snooker needed for O'Sullivan.
Yes, of course, when he won the... you don't think about O'Sullivan getting snookers to real frames, but when he won the Players' Championship, the crucial frame against Neil Robertson, he wanted a couple of snookers, got them, and it kind of put him in good fettle for the evening.
Trump will obviously be wary because he's already lost a frame in this World Final after O'Sullivan needed a snooker. That all-important fourth, which was definitely a momentum changer early on in O'Sullivan's favour, winning on the respot. In a match of this length, you're going to get all sorts of potential turning points and shifts in momentum. But this would be a great frame for Trump to win because it looked as though he'd done untold damage when he missed the red at the start of the frame. Still got to finish it off though.
One way to push an opponent who needs a snooker at bay, snooker them back. So here's another one at range now. A bit like the other couple, really. Be nice if you could knock one of these in. Well, that was better. It was an improvement on the other two, and ultimately the frame is won.
Exactly the start to the evening Judd Trump would have been looking for, and to win it, having, I'm sure, almost resigned himself to be likely to lose it after he missed the red from range. Even more of a boost.
9. Twelve. 16. 21.
There was a slight scare for Trump when O'Sullivan got one of the snookers he needed.
27.
But Trump slotted in the red, which killed off the frame. O'Sullivan was in first with a great chance, lost prime position, missed, and Trump has stepped in with 73. It's 5 frames to 4.
Judd Trump to
In
break.
the relatively early ages still of this World Final is now a very manageable 1 frame. O'Sullivan 5-4 up. Eight more frames to come tonight. Of course, 18 is the target to be crowned world champion. Whoever wins this tournament will be guaranteed world number 1. O'Sullivan coming into this tournament having regained that status, but of course he's defending the points that he won when he claimed his 6th world title here 2 seasons ago. £500,000 in points, of course, go to the winner. 200,000 to the runner-up.
Yes, I think Alan McMahon has said it early on. It isn't really about money or ranking points. It's about winning the title. But those points do really, absolutely, well, you can fly up the rankings. Most of the time it's won by someone near the top anyway. both these players would end up top of the tree, or the winner of this match will be, because it's a huge amount of points to get. Of course, Ronnie was #1 in the world, but his points for 2 years ago were coming off anyway. After this event, maybe they'll just stay on if he wins it.
O'Sullivan, of course, going for that record-breaking, or record-equaling, I should say, 7th title, but Judd Trump is looking to become the 7th player to be a multiple champion here after his triumph in 2019. It's a very exclusive club in the 45-year history of this event here at the Crucible. Winning it once is a tough enough assignment, but if you can win it more than once, well, you really do join the band of the greats.
He's played a good safety shot there, I know that much, because while O'Sullivan can access reds, getting to a thin edge here, getting back to bolt, looks quite tough. Sometimes it's worse when you're not snookered, because then you know you have to play a shot of cushions. Here, that kind of doesn't have to. See what he comes up with. It. Safety shot from the top red, hitting it on the left side, fraught with danger with that red over on the left of the table. It's in play. Keep shaking his head, O'Sullivan. He just can't see a route back up the table.
The length of time that O'Sullivan is dwelling on this shot is indicative of just how good a safety it was from Trump. He's got him in all kinds of trouble here.
Well, it's going to be coming up 2 minutes, and I don't think I've seen O'Sullivan take that long on a shot very often.
Switch it off, please.
Problem is, it's one of those shots where you just cannot see a shot. I mean, there is no very easy way of playing safe here. Sometimes you have to say, well, where is that awkward place on the table? May not be up at the bulk end, just somewhere that is not easy. Oh, that's good. That is pretty good. Better than that is very good, because that left-hand red was in the natural path of where he wanted to go, and he's done well to avoid it.
It's worth the wait, wasn't it? Sullivan's sat-nav operating to full effect there. Trump must have thought when he returned to the table he was going to have something to go at, and a potentially big break to follow. As it is, he's now got the issue.
Yeah, well, one wonders whether Judd might end up having a go at this long red, but there is, as we've seen, just a little bit of doubt in his mind on some of these, not all of them.
His long pot success in this match so far, 62%, which is marginally better than that for the tournament as a whole, but still well down on where Trump would be if he was at his best in that regard. He'd be more like 3 out of 4. Trump's turn to take his time.
Strange old shot there. He played the right-hand side, check side, to avoid the bunch. Didn't really go for the pot, I don't think. Not very much. At least he got the other part of the shot to avoid the reds on the way back up the table. can see why this frame would, players are a bit very watchful. I mean, it's quite a big frame, isn't it? Would bring the players level psychologically. That would be a big deal for Judd. 5-1 down.
Thank you.
Cries have come on Ronnie, but that's tight, isn't it? Very tight. Too tight, I fancy. Safety was the primary goal there for O'Sullivan. He will reasonably close to the baulk cushion. Safety success so far just in favour of Trump, but not by a lot. 77 to 75.
Switch your phones off, please.
The main difference between them at the moment, even though there's now just one frame in it, is that O'Sullivan's pot success remains appreciably better at 91 to Trump's 87. Although O'Sullivan's has come down a bit from where it was, and Trump's is gradually increasing. The longest frame of the match so far was that very eventful fourth frame, which lasted 35 minutes, the one that O'Sullivan won on the respotted black after needing a snooker. A real tactical battle at the moment with Reds somewhat awkwardly positioned. Blue and black, or rather, oh yeah, blue, black and pink all off their spots.
Cue ball slowed down there by the bump of the middle pocket. A very sort of cluttered table on that right side, as you can see. It's in a strange old formation, like a big diagonal. I suppose the fascination with snooker is how different frames can be. We've seen a 147. We had also in this championship the longest frame ever, the Crucible, 85 minutes. You just don't ever really quite know what you're going to get when a player breaks off. I know often the long frames towards the end of matches, a lot of it's played in the head.
Almost feels as though that right corner pocket should be blocked by a colour, the way the Reds are gravitating over there as though being drawn there by a magnet, but of course that isn't the case. just that they happen to have started congregating on that right-hand side. Seriously congested down there, isn't it? And even if someone does pot a red, it's going to take something special to manufacture a break with the way the balls are at the moment. Mind you, both of these players are past masters at doing just that.
Well, this really is an unpleasant looking shot he's faced with here. Yes, he can see a red down by the black. There's absolutely nothing he can do with it. I think he's trying to swing the cue ball quite... Oh, he was going to play that shot. I can only assume he was trying to put a red on the way back up. A very difficult shot to play. And always the chance it might ensue end up with a 3 strikes and out rule if he does it again. He's got a second bite at the cherry. He might try the same shot, but it's all about judging the side. It's a fiendishly difficult shot he's playing here.
Yeah, Ronnie, thank you.
Maybe he's trying the same shot again. Trying to graze of it on the way back up. Well, now something's going to change because
Foul and a miss.
Martin was going to read in the right act now. He's got to hit one this time.
And that's because he can see a red full ball. He doesn't want to play a red full ball for obvious reasons, but he's going to have to do something different. He can't risk forfeiting the frame, which he would do if he missed this time.
You have, okay. Ronnie? Yeah. Judd, if I have to call a foul and a miss again, you lose the frame.
So now what? Basically, that often you would just look out for anything that potted and nothing pots either. So there'd be a tendency to, if he's rolling up to this red, he's got to make sure he doesn't go wrong, and that has gone spectacularly wrong. I'm sure he's left anything very easy though. Hard to think you could finish in the middle of all those reds and not leave one that's easy.
So finally, after 16 minutes, the deadlock is broken. But it's going to take something special, even by O'Sullivan standards, to manufacture a break of substance here. And it ends immediately.
RonnieO'Sullivan won.
Yeah, he looked long and hard about that when he got down on it, and as if to say he wasn't really comfortable with the shot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think we're going to have another re-rack because that was really going nowhere, wasn't it? With the position of the Reds clogged up on this right-hand side. So, the second re-rack of the evening, and frame 10 will get underway once again here. Judd Trump breaking off, one behind.
Thank you. 10th frame, Judd Trump to break.
And looking to win his fourth on the bounce, and in the process, tie up the final. O'Sullivan appearing in his 61st ranking final. Going for his 39th title, of course, he already holds that record, 3 clear of Hendry. It's Trump's 36th final.
Foul.
Blue first.
Judd, round 5.
Yeah, fancy that. I think he might have been playing it with just a trace of right-hand side, and it just took straight into the blue.
Thank you. 1.
Oh dear. Well, that was seemingly fairly regulation, that yellow. Hit it too thick. Didn't get on the red perfectly as a consequence of missing it, I suppose.
One. RonnieO'Sullivan 1.
Long way to go in this final, but both players are on the back foot right now. They're not playing at their best.
The average frame time at the moment is 17.51, 17 minutes, 51 seconds. But of course, that doesn't include the re-racks we've had, which officially don't exist.
Well, it's a bit like the previous frame, really, where, well, the re-racked frame, where he had no obvious way of getting a safety shot, and despite the fact that he can hit so many reds directly. Oh. Well, he hit almost every red on the way down that was along that pathway. And it looked like, quite frankly, that's exactly what he would do.
Trump made a big error in the first frame of the night and ultimately didn't pay the price. O'Sullivan looked set for a big break, probably a frame-winning one, and broke down on 28. What can he do with this chance? Looking just to re-establish control of this final, having been 5-1 up,
1.
having had chances to be further ahead. Many people would regard O'Sullivan as the greatest front runner the game has ever seen. Many people regard him as the greatest, period. But he's always been so adept once he's established a lead at running away with
8.
things. He did it in spectacular fashion here to Stephen Hendry in 2 World semi-finals. Beat the great Hendry 17-4 on one occasion, which
9.
beggars belief, really. But he's had Trump come back at him. Trump once again counting the cost of the error.
15. Sixteen.
This is where to move away from the black and tried a shot like that in the first frame
23.
of the evening, which he got wrong and ultimately cost him the frame.
24.
That's nicely played. That cannon, as long as it was full ball and played relatively slowly,
31.
would work.
$32. $39. $40.
Deciding that the yellow was the only real ball he could get on there.
$42. $43.
Yes, nicely in behind that red to the middle. Got
50.
a good lead here, but still more work to be done. If you take a
51.
black with this red and with another red, then he would be over the line.
A cough just as O'Sullivan was preparing to fire, so wisely getting back up off the shot, resetting.
I don't think he's all that comfortable about the shot, in how to play it as well. He's cueing awkwardly. Well, he's played it well enough in the end, hasn't he? Whatever doubt he had was placed because he
58.
played it well. He's got to put a red and a high value colour here.
Just stroked this in, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He just seemed a little uncomfortable with the shot itself, but he played it nicely.
59.
Well, this is important for O'Sullivan because he would have been frustrated at the manner in which he lost the last two frames. The one at the end of the first session, first one this evening when he had a good chance to extend his lead to 3 at 6-3. But this, and it should be 6-4. And Trump this time is punished for an error.
66.
Just the one snooker at the moment. So he could do with this in. But it stays
Ronnie
up, so
O'Sullivan, 66.
frame not done just yet. Sullivan with a break of 66. Trump needs a snooker.
One.
Well, of course the black now is missable, so it'll be multiple snookers should he not take a colour here. I think if this black doesn't go in, it could be just an immediate concession of the frame.
Judd Trump 1.
Only 51 left now. 60 the difference, so this frame is surely done.
1.
For the first time today, Judd Trump inviting O'Sullivan back to the table rather than concede, which is perfect etiquette in this game. Sean Murphy is famous for it.
8. 9. 16. 17. 23.
Because we've got
25.
an odd number of frames in this second session. Of course, someone is guaranteed to be in front come the end of day one.
28. 32. 37.
So the first two frames of this second session have taken a while to unfold, not least because of the re-racks, but
43.
they've been split, which means it's as you were. O'Sullivan still two clear.
50.
O'Sullivan clears up. The initial 66 did most of the damage. That got him over the line, barring Snookers. He moves 6-4 in front. Even the year he won it and was quite spectacular in the final against John Higgins. He didn't always play his best in getting to the final, but he's going to have to play his best, surely, if he's to get the better of Ronnie O'Sullivan over 35 frames. In particular, his long game, you would think, will need to improve. He's still down at 86% pot success for this match, which by his standards is mediocre. O'Sullivan back up at 93 after that break of 66 and then the 50 to mop things up. 2 centuries from O'Sullivan. Of course, Trump made 97 to shave it to 5-2 this afternoon. That's his best so far. 73 in the first of the evening, 72 in the very first frame. It all adds up to 6-4 O'Sullivan, with 7 more to come tonight.
I don't know if you thought about the red by the black into the middle with Cannon on the black. Very ambitious shot, not easy to play. Twice he's got down on that shot and decided against it twice. Well, I mean, obviously he's got the option to play off the side of the bunch, quite thick, but you've always got the worry that reds are going to go near pockets if you play that shot. Tables are quick, so the balls can drift over pockets, the reds. It always looked pretty ill-directed. I couldn't...
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Got his angles a little bit wrong there. So back it goes. Be nice to think that he would play it differently, I think. Certainly, if he's going to play it that way, play it a lot better. He's going twice across to try to get into the bottom of the bunch off 3 cushions.
Judd, Ronnie.
We certainly learnt from the first shot. Very well played.
We're now up to 105 centuries for this World Championship, just 3 away from last year's record, so you would think every chance that we'll be setting a new one with these 2 players, even though we've seen quite a bit of cagey snooker this evening.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Just a little bit too much on it, pace-wise. But again, this is normally a very dangerous shot to leave Judd Trump. Hand on table. Something to go at, but not quite as potent a force in that department.
That was a very controlled shot. He just stroked it in, beautifully cued. That's the kind of shot that will surely boost his confidence when it comes to his long game, which, as discussed already, has been at times indifferent of late. Normally such an asset. Certainly when he was a dominant player over the last 2 completed seasons. And indeed here, when he won the title in 2019 and he put together that 8-frame burst against John Higgins, which broke the back of the final, he just did not miss anything from long or short range. It was spellbinding. Arguably the most impressive performance in a world final that we've seen. It wasn't a close final, and that's because Trump was so good. But Higgins was also very good, and yet only won 9 frames.
Quite a good shot there, just to skim off a couple of reds. Stop the cue ball travelling up the table any distance.
Eight. Nine.
Nice bit of worry that we're pushing the black away from his spot onto a cushion or near it. I mean, he's with a little bit of pace. He's not quite going to roll this in. can be missed. And he has missed it. Got nowhere near it, quite frankly. And as soon as he hit it, he was up. Sullivan could develop reds here in leaving the black over the pocket. You know, he could screw right through these reds, get them all out into open play. The black's there.
One.
This is the black just now. Just seemed a little tentative in the way he played it, and it caught the cushion way too early to have any hope of dropping. And after such a good red initially to get in, further frustration for Trump. It could be compounded here if O'Sullivan can put something big together again.
Well, I said at the time he didn't really want to cannon the black, but he had to, and he didn't want to push it away from his spot into a position where it was slightly difficult to pot. However, it never, ever was threatening the pocket, that one, the black.
9.
But yes, O'Sullivan's got to punish for those mistakes. Get back into his stride again and get himself into a healthy lead. This could be a session, as you say, it's 9 frames. If you have a good session tonight, you can be away and gone.
That's quite a disparity, isn't it? Trump nowhere near where he wants to be. He's to win that second world title. O'Sullivan at 93%, that's very good. And he's been operating around that throughout the tournament. Just been this sense that O'Sullivan has been building up to this World Championship, looking to peak at the right time, and there's been plenty of evidence of that as he's moved through the rounds pretty serenely, it must be said. Even John Higgins didn't really get close to him once O'Sullivan had established a lead.
22.
From 3-0 behind. Higgins described O'Sullivan as lethal.
23.
Because he was barely missing anything when he was in the balls. Yes, he lost position a few times in that semi-final, but so focused, so composed on every single shot, it feels, throughout this championship. And it's paying dividends at the moment.
28. 29.
He may also feel he's got something to prove
34.
where Judd Trump is concerned, because Trump has had the better of him in their more recent meetings.
35.
Yes, O'Sullivan won their most recent, but he's lost 5 of the last 7, including 4 consecutive finals to Trump, 3 in a row in Northern Ireland, and of course the Masters, where he was heavily beaten. So O'Sullivan would look at this as an opportunity to show who's boss, and at the moment he is bossing things.
43.
Played a good little cannon, didn't he? A real nice stun into the red.
$50. $51.
Trump wondering if he's going to get back to the table. Sullivan the wrong side of the blue. Frame not yet won. 46 ahead.
Yeah, we'll probably know after this shot, though, won't we, if he will get back to the table, given... Well, he might even just play on the red at medium range, but I was thinking he might take the cue ball all the way round. And that's an authentic shot to play it in such a way that you go in between the green and brown. It's a shot. It's not lucky.
The crowd appreciating the skill there. O'Sullivan had to negotiate the baulk colours, which he did to perfection. And that looks like frame over for Trump.
57.
That was his one last chance that something would go wrong there positionally for O'Sullivan. 52 the lead, 59 with this black, one more red, 7-4. And just as we saw in the first session, Ronnie
64.
O'Sullivan threatening to pull away. 5-1 up at one stage. Pegged back to 5-4 this evening, but moving away again, it seems.
65.
And Trump is still not playing at the level he needs to win this World Championship final. O'Sullivan is doing what he's been doing throughout the championship, maintaining a very high standard in all departments.
70. $71.
Possibility of century number 3 of the final.
$78.
Already bettered his own previous tally of 13 by making his 14th this afternoon.
79.
Yeah, now he's got the red out, so now the crowd know that the century is a possibility. Mid-range pink. Well, I think he'll get it now. All the hard work is done, and it's just a reminder for Trump, isn't it, that I suppose if he's going to come and win his second world title, then he's going to have to score in this sort of power, you know, this weight of scoring has got to be done by him. And at the moment, it's not quite going that way.
The truth is, this lead could be even bigger, couldn't it? O'Sullivan has lost a couple of frames that he might have won.
93.
Of course,
Thank
there
you.
are always ifs, buts and maybes, and all that matters is the score. But it's looking good again
96.
for O'Sullivan. Judd Trump missed the tricky black along the rail, and he has been royally punished for it. Stand by for the roar.
105.
Beautiful break, because he really did construct it well early. He got the reds exactly where he wanted them. That's what O'Sullivan does, and he's put the finishing touches to it as well.
Brilliant stuff from Ronnie O'Sullivan. There's no question that he is much the stronger player in this World Championship final at the moment. He leads 7.
Judd Trump to break.
His 15th of this World Championship. This is the thing, isn't it? As O'Sullivan grows in confidence, increases his lead, he's going to feel more and more in control. Those long pots are going to feel easier to execute.
4.
Now, top side of the blue, he's got the purposely put himself with the angle to go into them. I don't think he's got any other choice here. He might just, as we look going to the left side of the bunch, just missing the ping. That could be a way. Had a little look down the line of it. Well, he ended up going into it completely. There's always a little bit of luck involved, but I'm not so sure he's had any.
10.
I don't think the splitting of the pack was quite as executed as well as he can. Got sort of the pink half ball there. See the shot again. He didn't quite get into the meat of it. He just slid off the reds a bit. That don't open up well, and the cue doesn't go end up in the middle of the table.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 10.
Fairly rare, quiet moment here. Don't look like a dead plant, those two. They're just offline.
Trump hoping to avoid falling 4 frames adrift for the second time in this match. It's the last frame before the next interval. Now, what's he sizing up here? Oh, he's made it. He is such a good manufacturer of plants. And that was another good one.
Yeah, but it's offline, and he turned it into a plant, like a reverse plant, in the one side of the red, and it just, for some reason, as we know, it goes the other way when the two reds are touching. It only just crept in off the right jaw. He did well to make that.
Six.
Trump has shown plenty of resilience during his extraordinary sustained spell of success, and showed plenty of it in the semi-finals after that remarkable comeback from Mark Williams from 7 down to then take the lead with 2 frames to play.
7.
He's going to need a lot more of that this evening while he searches for his best game. He's got to hang on in there, stay in touch with O'Sullivan, and hope that his very best form, the kind of form that can win him this final, comes to the fore when he really needs it. But this is a big frame now to share this mini session and make sure the damage isn't any greater than it was at the start of this second session of 4.
14. $15.
Well, the problem there was he was always going to miss it to the top jaw, if he was going to miss it at all, because he was trying to screw him behind the 2 reds, but really didn't expect him to.
It's a big worry, isn't it, for Trump to miss 2 blacks now in consecutive frames.
Yeah, well, it is a worry, isn't it? You're absolutely right. It's just the positional side of it. He's got to respond with breaks, isn't he? Not to what happened there.
1.
Well, he looks like he's cranking it up a little bit, and Judd Trump's going to have to follow suit.
$8.
And you can be sure O'Sullivan will be reading the signs here. He'll be very aware that Trump is suffering a little bit at the moment. He's not playing as he can. 6 times champion. He's looking to make 4 capital while he can and build a big, big lead in this second session.
$40. $15.
Once again, not ideally on the blue. Oh, clever shot off the jaw.
Yeah, it was good camera work, wasn't it, to make you see what he was doing there. Nicely played. Bringing out all the shots at the moment.
$21.
Yeah, that wasn't a clean pot. That's why the cue ball has not finished in behind the blue perfectly.
trying to stay focused in case O'Sullivan fails to make a frame-winning break here. Still got plenty of work to do in that regard.
27. $32. 33.
28, the difference 35 when the black goes in. Trump just not able to understand why he can't at the moment compete, because he's getting a few chances, not loads, but and because when he is missing, the significance of it is O'Sullivan is punishing him now. That's what makes it feel even worse.
Doubly so, having created the chance for himself in this frame with that well-executed plant. Only to miss the black into the left corner for the second frame running, and the one he missed in this frame was a little more straightforward than the one in the previous frame, the thin cut along the rail. But it looks like it could end up having a similar result. 43 the lead, so
48.
O'Sullivan just needs this red. Trump will need a snooker.
49.
Yes, and it feels quite dangerous time in the match, doesn't it, for Judd Trump? He needs to come out and have a good remaining 5 frames after the mid-session interval, I think. Otherwise,
56.
you see this match disappearing out of sight.
57.
O'Sullivan will feel he's let 1 or 2 frames slip in this final, and yet he's going to be 4 clear
64.
at the interval. That is a handsome lead,
65.
just as he had in the first session. Trump was able to fight back by winning 3 on the bounce then, and he's going to have to do something similar on the other side of
70.
the 15-minute or so break, because at the moment he's being outplayed in every department. O'Sullivan rock solid, and Trump missing balls that he just can't afford to with Trump.
75.
With O'Sullivan, I should say, in this mood. He's had a steely determination from ball 1 in this championship. He's had his eyes on the prize, the
79.
record-equaling 7th world title. And he's continued that form and that focus in the early
84.
stages of this world final.
Yes, I think Alan has said it, didn't he? Alan McManus, he said that O'Sullivan is capable of a burst of a few frames quickly, and this is exactly what we've seen in the last 2 or 3.
A tremendous clearance once again from Ronnie O'Sullivan, who is threatening to run away with this World Championship final. Judd Trump with a lot to ponder at the interval. He has to raise his game appreciably, because O'Sullivan is racing ahead at 8 frames to 4. In cushion for O'Sullivan, he's very much in the ascendancy. All of that could change, of course, in what remains of the evening. 5 more frames to come. But realistically, Neil, you've got to think that Trump has to win this mini-session to have any chance tomorrow.
It's a crucial session of play, isn't it? This 5 frames that remain. If he was to lose this, he would be so far behind. I mean, no, it's not an unknown thing for a player to come from behind overnight. Time we have most recently was 2017, when John Higgins led Mark Selby 10-7. It was actually 10-4 at one point, wasn't it, that? And on day 2, things can change, but at the moment, it doesn't really feel like that, and Judd's got to do something this evening.
Yes, the one final that O'Sullivan lost in 2014 when he was going for 3 on the bounce against Mark Selby. He was 10-5 up on the first day, and of course Selby turned it around on the second. The problem for Trump is that he's just not playing at the level he's capable of. As well as O'Sullivan has played, the bare facts are that Trump was in with a chance in the previous 2 and Mr. Black both occasions into the left corner. Blacks that he wouldn't miss if he was playing as he did when he won this 3 years ago. He's missed them all together there.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 4. Thank you. Quiet down
That is
now.
not
Thank
the
you.
start to this second half of the session that Judd Trump needed.
No, it's very thin, wasn't it? But he missed it altogether, as you say, in striving for the thinnest of edges. I think at the moment, I get the feeling he's in a spot of bother here, and it's obviously he's 4 frames down. But like I say, if they could just break now for the night.
1.
It's not the greatest shot from O'Sullivan, however, but with all these frames to play and Trump not playing well, he's going to have to find a way here. And it can't wait till tomorrow, that's what I'm getting at. It's going to happen tonight.
Just about wriggled it in. It was touch and go as to whether it was too far jawish, but drop it did.
Nine. $16. $17.
It's not so bad that it's ended up hitting that red, because it now means he can get a clear shot at a bulk colour. There aren't many reds available, though, in the bunch, if any. So he's going to have to find a solution to this. Well, that's a great shot to finish there. Goodness, that's a good shot. I mean, it's the only
21.
place on the table, really, that you can put the cue ball where a red goes. Now he's potted that red. It's all
22.
about getting the bunch of reds open off the right side cushion. It's a very big target to hit them. The red's just a little bit of a line, protecting the middle bunch, though. Let's see what happens here. Didn't quite hit the target there. He didn't hit a bit low on the bunch, I think. For that reason, it appears the break's over.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 26.
A handy lead, nonetheless, and a good safety. RonnieO'Sullivan, that's been a feature of this run to the World Final, not just the potting and the break building for which he's famed, but his tactical play has been bang on the money as well. A marvellous scene from the gods here at the Crucible. Another mistake from Trump, who's only scored 31 points since he won the first of the evening to close to 1 behind. No sign of any upturn since they resumed after the interval.
Just looked a little bit tired there, didn't he? Of course, Joe Johnson earlier on, before the afternoon session, spoke about the fact that he had a very gruelling semi-final. There's no argument there. We know he did against Mark Williams, and get a bit of a hangover to that. And that's the World Championships for you. O'Sullivan hasn't really had so many gruelling matches. Obviously, the match with John Higgins in the semi-final was very intense, but ultimately he was the better player by some margin. But Trump was just a bit weary looking there, I thought, on that last shot. Sort of a slightly tired man, I feel.
Trump played 14 more frames than O'Sullivan to get to this final. O'Sullivan never seriously threatened in any round. Twice behind right at the beginning, 3-0. First up to Dave Gilbert and then, of course, to Higgins in the last 4. But once he'd overcome those early problems, he was pretty much in control throughout in all of his matches.
Five.
A little grimace from O'Sullivan. He knows he's kind of chasing his cue ball around the table. He's not really with a couple of chances, quite put it away yet, this frame, as we see. Next best thing, though, is to keep
RonnieO'Sullivan
the
5.
opponent where you want them, basically, in a snooker on this occasion. That was what I saw earlier on. He just looked a little weary. And, of course, when you're losing frames, you're never going to be all that chipper, are you? Let's be honest. He's no different to anyone else in that position. And so the older man in RonnieO'Sullivan, but extremely fit. He looks really up for it now. Like I say, it's a dangerous passage of play for Trump, these 5 frames. Oh, I think the red goes to the middle pocket here. Certainly Ronnie's having a close look at it.
Reprieve for Trump. Had that gone in, O'Sullivan could have been away again. Already 35 to the good. So he looks to guarantee himself a lead of sorts going into session 3 tomorrow afternoon. He'll be having his sights set on something close to unassailable from this position that he's engineered for himself. 4 clear, 5 more to play. He could be out of sight by the end of the evening, and that's what Trump has got to desperately try and avoid. Needs enough out of this session, Trump, to give himself a realistic chance tomorrow after a good night's sleep. If he is feeling fatigued, come back tomorrow rejuvenated, but none of that will matter if O'Sullivan is 6, 7, 8 frames clear. Not much to choose in terms of safety success. But in all other departments, O'Sullivan is in charge. Pot success of 94%. Trump is still in the mid-80s.
That's a pretty good safety shot because, again, roots back up to the bulk area, not everywhere. Can you see that red? Maybe just a little edge of it. Well, you could see more than an edge, but I watched it. It got very close to hitting the brown, so that was the absolute maximum we could possibly hit there.
That's a stat that stands out. Judd Trump at 59% long pot success, way down on where he would be at his best. 2 out of 3 for the whole tournament for O'Sullivan, very good. An area of his game which is arguably better than it's been since maybe the mid-noughties or so. He rather lost his long game for a while, but it's well and truly back now, much more reliable. And of course, at short range, he's as good as he's ever been. It's not just the standard of his snooker that has stood out during this run to the final. It's the way in which he's gone about things in terms of his preparation, his focus, his determination to give everything to every shot. There's been a real intensity about O'Sullivan's play here at the Crucible this year.
Just having a look at that red down the cushion, because I think the cue ball, it's such an angle, the red is absolutely bang on the cushion rail. And he might be able to pot it and get on the black, but it looks quite ambitious, but he was looking at the shot. I think the fact the red is touching the cushion is the reason he's quite interested. Get the feeling it would probably roll along the cushion, go in. Absolutely right on the cushion. Be a good shot if you could pot it and get on the black. Well, the extra bit of pace stopped it, and the fact that he's gone 20 minutes plus without potting one didn't exactly help him either.
Merest hint of a head shake from Trump. He knows this match is threatening to get away from him. Potentially a fatal one in this frame.
Well, he missed it by an absolute mile. And this is the problem, isn't it? We know that when he's at his best, he gets in from unlikely positions. You know, that's how he gets frames on the board, because he finds ways of getting in. He frightens opponents with his potting. That really has not happened very often in this championship. He's played okay, but all the boxes are not being ticked.
6.
He had one great session against Mark Williams. Bossed the opening session to lead 7-1. Of course, his championship turned on that missed black by Stuart Bingham in the quarterfinals.
7.
When he was on the ropes, just as he is here. Bingham rather let him off, and of course he didn't lose another frame. He won 8 on the bounce, but is Ronnie O'Sullivan going to be as generous? Unlikely.
13. 14. 20.
Sullivan had already built a handy lead in this frame, so he's not got too much more to do now to extend the lead for the first time to 5 frames.
21.
Which means he will definitely be ahead overnight, but could be by something truly commanding, if not unassailable.
Well, at the moment, on the run of play, you say he's going to win a lot more frames tonight, but of course we don't know what
27.
the future holds. Beauty of any sport, but he really is the point where there's only one person playing the snooker out of the two of them. Another frame has gone here. Trump not really participated in it very much.
He doesn't look confident at all, does he, Trump?
34.
He missed the red along the rail, which wasn't easy. It took a while over it before he played it. Played it with pace to try and get position on the black,
35.
and then, of course, missing the red by a huge margin, which let O'Sullivan in for this frame-winning break to tighten the screw.
41. 42. O'Sullivan, 42.
Black is academic. The damage was already done. Things are going from bad to worse for that man at the moment. Ronnie O'Sullivan in complete control here at the Crucible. He now leads by 9 frames to 4.
Frame 14.
In this World Final. Frame 14. Didn't trouble the scorers in that frame, which means it's now 31 points in 5 frames for Trump. That break of 73 to close the gap to 1 must feel like a long time ago now.
To be very thin.
Foul on the miss. Jet round 4.
I suppose there's 2 ways to look at this. We're all seeing O'Sullivan as a likely winner, but he has to still win another 9 frames. He's not anywhere near. It's more the gap that he's building up, and that's what you tend to look at more than the actual target of 18 at this stage. He's potted one. It's nearly 27 minutes into the last one, but the nudge means it might only be 1. He may not follow it up with anything else.
Bramble. Jet round 1.
And he tried to force something there, and I understand why, because he's an attacking player. But, I mean, it was not an easy shot on the ground, as you can see. It's not even straight. Clipped the first jaw, but the natural angle was round for a red. But it's not him taking the next shot, sadly, for him. Now, does he want to take a gamble on this, O'Sullivan? He'd be opening reds up all over the place here. I was thinking it was possibly the one way of Judd getting back into a frame by giving a really big chance. He got hold of it so much that he's not really on the black perfectly either. Tricky little cutback this if he does play it. This is very missable.
Yeah, that always looked as though it was heading to the jaw. So here's an opportunity for Trump to finally get something going in this evening session. Very tricky pot. Just undercut it. Feels rather more one-sided than that, doesn't it, in terms of table time?
1.
This is a time when he really has to do something. These chances are not coming around all the while, so he's got something here. Doesn't really want to end up playing the black this early, but he might have to if he's not confident of getting from colour to red. Bottom red of the bunch, he could get on into the right corner here. It's a natural.
5.
He's made 8 centuries in this World Championship trump. Of course, he made 7 in the final alone when he beat John Higgins.
12.
Right now, he'd settle for something frame winning, however many it is. A 1 visit frame, a clean kill, just to restore a bit of belief and stop O'Sullivan in his tracks. Appreciably lower than it would normally be.
21.
That's not gone to plan positionally.
No, he hit too much of the red running it through. He knew he had to play a cannon, but he wanted to hit maybe half of the red. Would have taken him up on pink or black, but now he's right in between shots. He's getting a little bit desperate here. Quite a bit riding on this shot, I would say, the pink. Playing it to the middle, taking the cue ball up and down the table. I had a bad feeling about that shot.
Trump, 21.
The wheels are rather coming off for Judd Trump at the moment. Not the kind of pot you want to be faced with when you're 8-4 down to Ronnie O'Sullivan. 9-4 down even. And still a big discrepancy there. In fact, it's going south for Trump from 85 down to 83 now, and you can see his frustration. So can O'Sullivan slot in this mid-range red, get back in amongst them?
One.
Well, somebody's finished in the only spot, really. It looked good when he first struck it, missing the yellow. You thought, well, okay, he's going to be on something here. He's landing really awkwardly. Just got a glimpse of the way that Judd is feeling in his chair on that previous red that Ronnie potted.
6.
You know, he had it almost head in hands, wondering where his next frame is coming from. Well, it might still come here now, but it doesn't matter how he wins it, he just needs to win one.
Again, Trump taking his time to figure out his best option here as he looks to keep things safe. Again, it's gone wrong.
Yeah, it was not an easy shot. It was not the worst effort to
Quite
pop
down
one
now,
there.
please.
One or two members of the audience thought that was going in when he hit it. It was always just a little bit bottom jaw. extraordinary noise there, like a, if it was on somebody's phone, some like a squawking noise, like a duck or something.
Eight. Nine.
Well, I think O'Sullivan's got to keep his concentration up here. Just putting in all these frames at this moment. We did say how important this little section of 5 frames was going to be in the context of O'Sullivan
16.
either being pegged back or completely drawing away, and you'd kind of think the latter could happen.
17.
It really could here. He needs to keep his own counsel. He doesn't need to worry too much about Judd, who's seemingly going through the agonies a little bit. Got to sort of get the blinkers on and worry about your own game. And that's a nice shot, really nice, played with screw and left hand reverse side.
24.
Well, if he wins this one, the worst he's going to be is 3 clear.
25.
And that's if Trump wins the remaining 3, which at the moment seems highly unlikely. He's struggling to find anything like his best form. O'Sullivan just continuing to be uber consistent in all departments.
32.
Making very few mistakes. When he does lose position, he plays a good safety. So he's showing patience when
33.
things don't quite go to plan, but more often than not they are. He's in complete control. Already halfway to a record equaling 7th Crucible Championship.
Forty. $41.
Beautiful shot if he's gone far enough. I think both reds go.
48.
I've got that feeling. Nearly 29 points. So he played into an area where, well, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that last shot. Okay, half a ball would have been absolutely A1.
Condition of O'Sullivan's tip has been a theme of the entire tournament.
Well, it's only going to last another day. And he can do it doesn't matter then, he can take it off if he wants to, but clearly I think the tip is good. It just seems to be something about it's been fraying at the edges or something's been happening. But my view is that if he can get through one more day, then I don't think he'll be playing a lot of championship or very important tournament snooker for some time. So it doesn't matter anymore after today and tomorrow.
Seems to be operating pretty effectively, doesn't it? Frayed or not. It's his opponents who've been
49.
frayed at the edges throughout this championship, and Judd Trump, no exception at the moment.
Well, the lead is 35, but that would be only relevant if O'Sullivan was going to miss this next red. And Judd could tie, but I don't see it happening.
Another good safety put Judd Trump in trouble again. He went for the long red, missed it, and caught one on the way back, leaving the red into the right corner for O'Sullivan. And here's another frame-winning break. He is doing what he's
60.
done so often in his career, particularly here at the Crucible during his run of 6 World
62.
Championships. He is bullying his opponent, getting in front and then just running with the momentum. And there's nothing at the moment that Trump seems to be able to do to stem the
65.
tide.
69.
Troubles mounting for the 2019 winner.
74.
3 frames to come in this session. You would think really needs all 3. Otherwise, he's going to have a seismic task on his hands on day 2 of the World Final. Ronnie O'Sullivan is completely on top.
87.
Relentless snooker from the 6 times champion of the world. He's tightening his grip by the frame as he moves 10-4 to the good. This final
15.
will almost be over as a contest
O'Sullivan to break.
on the first day. 6 times champion within 8 frames of a record equaling 7th. I guess Trump has got to take some inspiration from Mark Williams, who of course was 7 behind at one stage, 12-5 behind, and came back to lead before Trump denied him at the last. Needs some of that kind of inspiration, Neil.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier on, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but in 2017 it was this scoreline with 3 to go in favour of John Higgins against Mark Selby. Mark Selby being the sort of warrior that he is, if you like, the hard-working player that he is. He won those last 3, dug in, and he was trailing 10-7 overnight. Came through to win the title in the end, so it was, you know, there was a great effort from him. But it doesn't feel right now like that's going to happen here, quite frankly.
He scored just 57 points in the last 5 frames. In that time, Ronnie O'Sullivan have made breaks of 50, 66, 118, 97, 42, and 87. He scored twice as many points as Trump in this final so far. 94% pot success, that's going up. 82 for Trump, that's going down. And O'Sullivan is now ahead in the safety stakes as well.
A good safety shot there. Covered many of the reds. Well, actually, left all of the black goes into. So if he got straight enough on this red, I wonder if he can just play it and put it and get on the black. It may not be as simple as it first looks. He's a bit close to the Red on the right, maybe the angles are too wide as well. And right now, I don't think he's all that confident. So he's going to play it, but he's going to go up the table. I have to say that it's got to be a little unlucky. He's put all his concentration into the red. Don't suppose he considered the in-off.
That's what happens when you're struggling. I mean, the angle at which this cue ball has gone into the centre pocket. Goodness me. It never rains, but it pours, where Trump's concerned at the moment. O'Sullivan is 9 from 14 from distance in this final so far.
Watch Ronnie go back to his chair. Very disappointed to have left anything, and he knows it's quite a good chance. It does feel right now that should Judd win frames, he's going to have to be left something rather than create something. The long potting that we know him so well for is not really happening. So he's got to be presented a good chance, and I think here it seems that he has been.
He has had chances. Missed blacks in 2 frames, which proved costly. Of course, he had a chance in the previous frame, ran out of position and missed an awkward pink.
Nine.
He was supposed to...
14. Sure. 15.
We had a few kicks. That was definitely one of them. Which means he's a little straight on this black, quite where he played to finish. Hit that one well.
22. 23. Thirty.
Seems there is a red that's on the pink spot which he's interested in. Either to the right middle or left corner. Oh, it must be into the corner, looking at that.
31.
And now that he's arrived at this angle on the black, he might have to take one of the low reds below the spot there. No, found a way up the table is well done. I mean, this frame is
38.
really important just to get him started again.
$39.
Now, once again, he's coming around the table. The red, the top red of the 5, he's been looking at this for quite a while into the right middle. I think it's the only clear-cut red that will pot out of those 5. There it is. He's got to get right behind it, or else the other red will be in the way.
Terrific shot from front and hit that with confidence. Couldn't have hit it better.
Yeah, it was a better option than the one he was looking at, wasn't it? He'd been looking at that other red, but you know, a confident Trump would just play that shot, open them all up.
45.
So vital now, having played that terrific shot, that he now converts this chance that he's just created for himself to kill this frame off and finally stop the rot. He's lost 5 on the bounce. Could still emerge from this second session in reasonable shape if he can win this one. And the last 2, only 3 behind, given the battering he's taken
51.
from O'Sullivan for the lion's share of this final. That would be a pretty decent situation for him. Anything worse than that, and he's leaving himself a lot to do tomorrow, when he'll hope he can play a lot better than he has so far. But first things first, win this frame.
52.
He had a little favourable kiss there, and probably feels that he deserves something to happen in his favour. Lost control a little bit, but it's worked out well. That lead is 54. Still, at this stage, 75 on.
58.
Every time the red goes down, the remaining will go down by 8 points.
59.
Needs another red. The crowd have been captivated tonight. The standard has been good, especially from O'Sullivan. Judd has struggled.
Yeah. 66.
You don't want to think too far ahead, but the people for a ticket tomorrow night, you know, the way this match has been shaping up, it mightn't be a whole evening of snooker. We absolutely don't know what's going to happen here, because O'Sullivan still needs 8 frames, but the run of play suggests that this was a very important frame for Judd to win something, get a frame back. Appears he's now going to do so.
$73.
Trump's highest break of the final, 97 in the 7th frame.
74.
Well, the frame is won, but that was some shot to roll it in over the top of the ball. Very accurately played.
Unlucky not to make the cannon. But this should help
80.
Trump just feel a little bit better. Freed up his arm a little. He knows the frame, of course, long since won. And whenever you're facing a huge deficit as Trump is, you've got to start somewhere with the comeback. Maybe that is the beginning of something significant for Trump, as he reduces the arrears to 5 at 10-5.
Thank you. Frame 16. Judd Trump to break.
Interrupting a 5-frame burst from Ronnie O'Sullivan. So 10-5 with 2 more to come tonight. 18 as the target to be crowned world champion. O'Sullivan, of course, going for number 7 to tie up Stephen Hendry's modern-day record. Judd Trump looking to become just the 7th player in Crucible history to win this championship more than once. It was O'Sullivan's missed long pot in the previous frame that let Trump in for that winning break. So that one finds its mark.
1. Six. Seven.
Stayed down on it, but it was always going to go in off that bottom jaw.
$14.
Yeah.
Furious. He knew he should have put more into that. It's one of those where you'd rather overdo that and really plough through the reds, end up on the side cushion, than do what he did and leave his cue ball in the middle of the table.
O'Sullivan 15.
That will annoy him because he knows that Judd's got a little bit of something going for him. The other way he could have played it was to screw in and out of the bunch and played on the black in the left corner. What he did was neither one thing nor other. Unlike him.
Yes, out of the camera shot that you can see, O'Sullivan was looking to the heavens there, shaking his head, seeing that as a missed opportunity to build another sizable break, possibly a frame-winning one.
Up his night really, that in-off we saw earlier to the right middle at a narrow angle. This time he pots a good red. You know, he didn't have complete control of the cue ball, I suppose, although he did try and knock the red away from the black.
Thank you.
You've got to say the in-off is quite unfortunate really, looking back on the replay, because he was trying to make something happen, get the red away from the black, make an early break, but now he's freed the black for O'Sullivan in going in-off.
One.
More trouble for Trump in store potentially here, and having run out of position just now when he got the initial chance, O'Sullivan will be doubly determined not to make that mistake this time. He'll still be wary of Judd Trump. He knows what Trump is capable of. Remember, Trump has prevailed in 5 of their previous 7 meetings.
9.
Given O'Sullivan a bit of a hiding on occasion, including of course that Masters final 2019, which was the prerequisite for Trump winning this World Championship. He also produced that stirring fight back in their UK Championship final
16.
when O'Sullivan was 9-4 up and Trump took the match
17.
to a decider. So Trump is still capable of getting back into this if he can find something close to his A game, but of course it's O'Sullivan's job to make sure that doesn't happen.
Doesn't give a lot away, Judd Trump, does he? But you can see he's kind of deep in thought. More than disappointed. It's very tough out there, you know, when you're not playing your best. It's a world final. He's done particularly well to be in it, obviously. He had a battle on his hands against Mark Williams yesterday afternoon, quite a gruelling match. He hasn't turned up in the best of form today.
$25. $30.
Groans from the crowd when they thought that Sullivan might run out of prime position.
$31.
And the order restored in one shot though. Already 50 in front. It will be a major surprise if Trump doesn't find himself 6 behind again here.
38.
With 1 to come in this session.
$39.
Well, big area there to landing behind with a couple of reds, both potable. And he wants a red from here.
47.
Yes, Trump was a bit unlucky with the in-off. Nothing going his way. Ronnie O'Sullivan marching on.
52.
7 away now from world title number 7.
53.
Whatever happens in the final frame, Trump is going to need something Herculean on the second day. Guaranteed to be 5 behind, but it could be 7.
60. O'Sullivan 60.
O'Sullivan will settle for a break of 60. Way too many for Trump to come back to the table. And O'Sullivan restores his 6-frame advantage at 11-5.
Thank you. The final
can
frame
he?
of this session. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
O'Sullivan then 6 clear with the chance to go 7 ahead in this final frame of the session.
Yes, I agree that he needs to win this frame. It will sound a little less painful an overnight scoreline of 11-6. Been playing nearly 4 hours 20 minutes, and O'Sullivan has mostly been in charge because it got close at the end of the afternoon session, but the damage has really been done tonight, hasn't it? Six of the 8 frames O'Sullivan has won, and we played 9. As you know, this is the last one.
It felt when Trump won the final 2 of the first session that perhaps that would give him a real boost coming into this evening's resumption. We know about the contretemps between O'Sullivan and referee Olivia Martial just before the end of that session, and O'Sullivan walked off even though he was in front with a face like thunder. Trump was all smiles because he won that frame with that terrific pressure yellow. He needs plenty more like that. It's not panned out that way. It's been all O'Sullivan really again this evening, but maybe Trump can have the last word in this session. Terrific pot, given all that's gone before tonight.
Yes, of course, natural to come round for the black in potting. Just flick that other red on the way through there.
8. 9. 16. 17.
Well, that's not how he played it, but he will be on a red. He tried to slip past
24.
that red, I think, and land on the red that he kissed into. He wouldn't have played the cannon to leave himself on the red to the middle, but that way.
35.
That's a nice recovery. Now the other red that he initially wanted, he could find his way on this time. So here's a big shot. This will open up all the reds. I'm sure the mood he's in, I'm sure he'd like to just play it and really power through it. Well, didn't half do that. Thankfully he didn't go off again. That would have been horrible, but
33.
even then the cue ball landed in a bad area. I think he was really taking almost his aggression out on that shot. He was going to send the cue ball through the bunch at an alarming rate, and when he's good he can do that. The cue ball jumped up in the air and everything. Top spin, various kisses, and now, to his disappointment, he's not on an easy colour.
No, and reds are open as well. So this is another awkward spot for Trump. 33 in front, but that won't count for a lot if O'Sullivan gets back in with the position of the balls. What a big shot this is. Oh, it's caught the jaw. Huge pressure on that, knowing he was leaving O'Sullivan a gimme if he missed it.
Well, that was very evident, that frustration on his face. You don't see a lot of that with Judd. To be honest, one or two members of the audience clapped. You could see that it was never going in. It was always right jaw. Not some part of the pocket they'll ever drop in from. And he put everything into it. I mean, you cannot blame him for that. He had to just concentrate on the pot and not try and do anything else.
One.
Now, this is another important moment because it really would be the icing on the cake if he could win this frame as well, O'Sullivan, from here.
Four. Five.
Well, he's played through the gap on the bramble, but the little side suggests that he do it with a tracer side, perhaps. I reckon that's manageable, but he just a tracer right-hand side. Yeah. All he needed, not loads.
9. 10. $17. 18. 'Yeah, sure.
A little pause in play while Olivier Martial gives the cue ball a rub. This was, to me, was always hitting the right side of the pocket, and Judd looked really disappointed when it didn't go in.
It was an incredibly tough pot, wasn't it? Given what's already happened this evening. Trump struggling, O'Sullivan getting stronger and stronger. Knowing that if he missed, he was leaving O'Sullivan this great chance of a counter.
$25. 26.
Well, cue ball not ideal. And still not
33.
ideal. Scores level, 67 left. A frame that Judd Trump desperately needs, but it's out of his hands for the time being.
34.
Yeah, recovered it pretty well there, and you look at this table now, and obviously the red on the right is, you know, a little more difficult than the other three, but even then, a cue ball right behind there from someone with O'Sullivan's cue ball control, very likely pot it into the opposite middle or the corner, depending on when
38.
it comes into play. And well, he does need it, you
39.
know, he'll need all these three reds. Just learning that now. He's having a look at the scores, but he needs them all, these reds.
46. $47. $52.
Well, if he plays on the black here, he only needs a red. He won't need a colour with it, but he might not bother about that. So he will need red colour. That is the one thing I would say, whereas on the black he wouldn't have done. Just the red would have been enough. Just makes it very fractionally more difficult, but I suppose if he lands on the red, well, he's going to be on a colour anyway. See, this is the point. This is where he's so good. I mean, that shot was meant to look so simple, but it was a beautiful shot.
Judd Trump fearing the worst yet again.
59.
This has been another masterclass from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Frame ball. Not clean, but it's gone in.
61.
Started the evening
63.
5-3 in front. Trump having won the last two of the session to get himself back into contention. He won the first tonight.
66.
But since then, Ronnie O'Sullivan has been a distant first best in this match.
70.
Yeah, this is probably as hurtful as any frame for Trump in first. That issue with the red and then the brown he missed, so he pumped them through the bunch. But O'Sullivan has really taken advantage of that, and he's taken things beautifully.
81.
Utterly focused, utterly determined to win a record-equaling 7th World Championship title. Ronnie O'Sullivan has won the second session of this World Final by 7 frames to 2 to increase his lead to 12 frames to 5. He's just 6 away from being crowned World Champion for a 7th, to be a multiple champion of the world.
The 18th frame, Judd Trump to break.
The task for Judd Trump is clearly mountainous. Not just the fact that he's 7 frames adrift, but the fact that he's so far behind against, by common consent, the best player ever to pick up a cue. But we've seen big comebacks before here. We saw one in the semi-final. Trump was on the wrong end of it against Mark Williams, so he's had very recent evidence to draw upon that strange things can and have happened. But first things first, Joe, Trump simply has to win this session. That is the bare minimum.
Yeah, and it starts off with the first shot, doesn't it? A good break-off. And that's a good break-off. No chance of a pot anywhere. Shot by shot. That's how he's got to play it now, Judd Trump.
Foul.
And it's hard to do, but you've just got to forget about the scoreline. If you can knock a few frames together, you know, it can make a massive difference.
This is exactly the lead that Judd Trump had over Mark Williams. And of course, Williams ended up taking the lead himself. 1 up with 2 to play in the semis.
Pushed a red towards that left corner, but fortunately, it's gone close to the cushion. And that's a much better safety shot. Hasn't quite got the snooker, but that's a statement of intent, that. Whereas Judd's safety, he pushed a red towards the corner, got away with it. Cue ball was near the baulk cushion. Sorry, the baulk line. What a difference.
It's a big reason why O'Sullivan has been so dominant in this championship. It's not just been how clinical he's been amongst the balls, but how excellent his safety has been when he's had to play safe, when he's lost position. He has kept his opponent under constant pressure. He did it to John Higgins he's done it to Trump.
Well, this is a very, very risky shot he's playing. Very risky. And he's left one. Couldn't see a safety.
Trump's long pot success in this match, just 53% by his standards, well below par.
One.
And his overall pot success, 11 percentage points behind O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan, a very healthy now, 95%. It's just gone up a touch with that one going in, and 83 for Trump. That is quite a golf.
Eight. Nine.
Wow, that's gone wrong. Didn't catch the right red here. If he catches the red directly above
60.
the black, he's guaranteed to be on the red to the left corner. And that's just what Judd needed, a let-off. Bit risky to take this red on, especially left-handed.
He's going to need a bit of help, isn't he, from O'Sullivan today, Trump. Not only is he going to have to raise his game a number of levels, but he's got to hope that O'Sullivan just loses a bit of his supreme consistency that has been evident from pretty much ball one.
No attempt at the pot.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 16.
Is that moved into a plant? These two reds closest together near the left side cushion. That would be very unfortunate for O'Sullivan if it did. But that just shows you how it can change. Judd Trump plays the positive long pot to the left corner and doesn't pay the price.
He didn't lack for chances in last night's session. He missed a couple of blacks, a pink and a brown when he was in amongst them. And all four of those frames, featuring those four misses, were frames that were lost. So the scoreline could have been a good deal closer than it is, but of course could, would, might, doesn't count. O'Sullivan way more clinical, scoring much the heavier of the two.
Well, that's another mistake, but doesn't appear to have left anything on. In fact, it's not easy to play a safety. Just looking at the board there.
Those stats show you that even in getting to the final, there have been times when Trump has struggled. He's done enough to win, had to withstand that furious fight back from Williams, and did very well, having lost his huge lead, to turn it around right at the end. But he's never produced the kind of sustained form that harks back to his 2019 championship victory here, when he was quite sublime for 2 days and 4 sessions against John Higgins.
Well, it just showed you there of a possible path out of that delicate area. Maybe you could try and play the red that's nearest the left middle and try and screw the cue ball back down the table, try and get it in behind the green. I think if you can reach it, that would be a shot. A right-handed player would be more comfortable with it. Couldn't see a way out of it. Trying to get that cue ball closer to the cushion, but it looks okay where it is.
And look at that, 95% for the final, so he's actually surpassing what he's done in the 4 rounds to get this far. But it has been the consistency of O'Sullivan throughout, the focus, the determination on every single shot played that has really caught the eye.
Oh, that's caught the eye as well. Terrific pot. What a great pot that was, and tried to cover the red nearest the right middle in case he missed it. I'm not sure if the red will go into the left middle from there.
6.
So he's found one of the only spots. He's not on an easy red. There's confirmation. Easy enough to get the cue ball in behind the green as a good safety.
RonnieO'Sullivan,
Patience.
6.
Trump would have come into this final, I'm sure, with high hopes, not least because he has a winning record over O'Sullivan, albeit just by the 1 match, but he's won 7 of the 10 finals they played. He's won 5 of the last 7 times they've faced each other. But a World Championship final is a rather different proposition, isn't it? And of course O'Sullivan won their only previous Crucible meeting in the semis in the year that he practically took the entire season off before claiming world title number 5.
Well, he was a little fortunate there, Judd Trump. He caught the red. Tried to swing the cue ball around the angles, but he caught the red. Attempting to bring the cue ball back into the baulk area, baulk cushion preferably. Could have left something on there, but hasn't. This looks a good safety. Another paint shop. Better to miss the ball and catch it too thick.
Judd Trump, 4.
This rings a bell.
Sorry? Yeah. Can I just check? Can I just check, please? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. You're happy with it?
Well, just see what distance it was away from the cushion.
Can we check, Desi? I think it was here.
Desislava Bosilova is the marker. Double checking the position of the cue ball.
Just a touch this way.
To the right?
Yes.
And it is a touch, isn't it? You can see from the still frame, just a smidgen.
Yeah?
Towards the left
Just
as we
a
look.
little bit more, but the slightest touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Ronnie? Judd? Thank you.
Happily drama-free this time. Take 2.
Yeah, and that was the danger, catching it a little bit too thick. Nothing easier though. Not just the pot, but threading that cue ball through the gap. And it's not hard enough. Needed another couple of inches in pace. The pink to the middle, maybe on, just play a little cannon to the red above it. You could take the black on, which he's considering, but it's a do or die shot.
He missed one which was a little easier, if anything, than this yesterday. He also missed a pink into the middle, which was not dissimilar to the one that he could consider, but difficult or routine. They've all got to start going in for Judd Trump if he's to make inroads into this huge lead of O'Sullivan's in this third session and get himself back into some sort of contention.
Well, he's seen Ronnie O'Sullivan not take any risks. You know, anything that's risky, Ronnie plays safe. Here we go then. Well played. Very, very well played. What a brave shot.
Terrific from Trump, particularly given what happened yesterday with a similar sort of shot.
It was a lot easier, actually. It was right behind it.
No.
But now, he's in amongst the balls. He's got a good chance.
$16.
8 frames in this session, so for Trump, the absolute minimum requirement is to win it, which would mean 5-3.
17.
Even if he does, he'd still be 15-10 adrift, but remember, John Higgins was 14-7 down at one stage against Mark Williams in what is regarded by many as the greatest ever Crucible final, and it's only considered great because of the comeback Higgins made. He levelled it up at 15 all. So things can happen.
Yeah, that unintended cannon, though. That needs to pull in a little. Another good recovery shot. But it wasn't a good positional shot the shot before, catching the red.
23.
You just cannot afford to keep making difficult pots, because eventually you're going to miss one of them. Got to try and make things simple, the way that Ronnie O'Sullivan does.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? In contrast,
24.
O'Sullivan's cue ball control has been forensic during this tournament.
The other thing that must not happen, which did yesterday, you mustn't miss him in amongst the balls and offer an unearned chance to O'Sullivan, who loves to inflict pain. He knows how much it means.
Thank you. 32.
When you miss when you're in amongst the balls, and he wants to punish. So he mustn't miss when he's in. He can run out of position, but he mustn't miss.
He mustn't do much of either, let's be honest, at this stage of the game, 12-5 down. O'Sullivan had a good early chance in this frame, and then another one after that brilliant opening red into the left centre, but ran out of position immediately.
Yeah, he didn't play the blue confidently, did he? Normally he'd played into a spot where it's given him 2 or 3 reds to go for, but he concentrated on the blue.
46.
And was out of position immediately. 32 points the difference, so still needs 3 reds.
47.
As always, there'll be bags of Ronnie O'Sullivan fans in the house, but I'm sure there are many in the Crucible today who want to see Judd Trump make a match of this. It was billed as being something extra special, this final. Two of the greatest and most gifted players the game has ever seen going head-to-head in the biggest match on the calendar. It's not quite turned out that way so far, but who knows if Trump can make a good start to this penultimate session.
Great positional shot there from Trump. Really good positional shot.
50.
So 42 the difference.
56.
Still needs 2 reds.
57. Thank you.
Trump's 6th break, better than 50. His best was the 97 he made in the 7th frame. O'Sullivan has made 3 centuries. But this to make
64.
The ideal start, almost the essential start
65.
to this 3rd session.
Yes, and he's got some good shots in this break, hasn't he? He's really shown what he's
72.
about. Not afraid to still go for his shots.
73.
Started off with a very difficult shot to the left corner, down the cushion. Didn't pay the price for that. O'Sullivan was in amongst the balls, but didn't score enough. And then, as
79.
Philip said, he got in again with that good red to the middle.
80.
Judd Trump, of course, is a proud champion, and the last thing he wants, aside from anything else today, is to suffer the ignominy of having this final finish with a session to spare against his boyhood idol.
87.
He's, I'm sure, determined to make a match of it.
$89.
And if he can start with a century, well, can't do any better than that.
92. $96.
Little switch to right-handed.
The crowd enjoying this early show of defiance from Judd Trump.
107. Trump, 107 in the frame.
It's taken until the 18th frame, but Judd Trump has his first century of the World Final. The perfect start for him, but he still trails 12 frames to 6. Good.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So O'Sullivan's lead cut to 6. He still needs 6 to be crowned champion. 7 more in this session, of course. 18 the target. £500,000 to the winner, and whoever does lift the trophy will be guaranteed as world number 1, as well as world champion.
Yeah, good safety. Red, that is on to the left corner. There's no colour for it. So, too risky to take on, surely. I mean, the pink is available to the middle. No attempt.
Of course, O'Sullivan has been on the wrong end of a crucial comeback in the final before, the one that he lost to Mark Selby 2014 when he was going for 3 on the bounce. He was 10-5 up at one stage. Selby, who seemed fatigued from his epic semi-final with Neil Robertson that year, came out a different player on the final day, having limited the damage on the first.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I mean, he had such a difficult match with Mark Williams, and the energy, and nervous energy, because you just do not know where you are when you're playing in that type of a game. You know, then to come and play Ronnie O'Sullivan, you know, maybe he just wasn't prepared mentally. But today was a different day.
And not for the first time, O'Sullivan catching the blue and looking to play safe.
And although there's nothing on, the safety's easy. Doesn't want to cut this red over the right corner.
Thanks.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Finding the gap between all the reds as well. Superb shot. Deserved better than the cue ball on the ball cushion.
Ronnie O'Sullivan won.
Well, he can come off the side cushion, left side cushion, and land up into the reds. Choosing the ones near the black. Two-fold shot that. Easy escape. But more importantly, clearing the path for the black. The black now free.
Foul. And a miss.
So little of the red to go
Ronnie
out there.
O'Sullivan 6.
It'll be going back.
Right. Gonna need help for the pink, Tessie. Was it on its spot? No.
Half boat that way. And just a touch towards that middle pocket. Yeah, that's it.
Well, here we go, because he could see the edge of that red, and it doesn't look like you can see any of it now. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that looks about right to me. There was barely any sticking out.
Yeah. Good. Judd, have a look, please. Let me check. I think you could see a bit less of that. Yeah.
Well, Judd being very fair there, saying that he can see too much of the red. I'll tell you, we've got some great sportsmen.
Although, according to that still frame just now, I think, if anything, it needs to go back towards the left. Hopefully we'll get another shot of that in a second.
The pink a bit more to this way, yeah.
I think it's the cue ball that's very marginally out. Too far to the right, but we're talking about fractions. Then again, this game is all about the finest of margins, isn't it?
Yeah. Ronnie, thank you.
So, Trump faced with a tricky one here.
Well, whatever he decides here, he needs to hit one, otherwise he'll be warned. Excellent speed. Missed the red completely, caught it from behind. And now there is a red that will pop to the right corner. But the cue ball going into the pack of red, so is he up for a risk? Yeah, the smallest of fractions there. You could just see that red to play the safety shot off.
It's about the only stat where Trump marginally holds sway, although it's felt as though O'Sullivan's safeties have proved more productive in this match. But Trump is giving it everything, isn't it, on the resumption, and that's entirely to be expected of a champion of his stature. He has been the dominant player, remember, over the last couple of completed seasons. The man they've had to beat. Tremendous consistency, 11 ranking titles in 2 campaigns. Given the standard and strength and depth these days is quite remarkable. I'm sure O'Sullivan expected Trump to give it everything on the resumption. He'll be preparing himself mentally for some sort of backlash in this session.
He's pushed a red to the corner. He's got a very good cue ball. Now this is where, if you do decide to take these reds on, you have to get them. He was missing a few yesterday. This isn't an easy pot. Cue ball could be going into the reds. He doesn't have to take it on. He could leave the cue ball in the jaws of the pocket. But he doesn't live like that.
And on this occasion, and Trump hasn't always had the running so far in this final, he's had a great result, powering that cue ball through and onto the pink.
What did they say about fortune?
Well, if he played that yesterday, I guarantee you he would have ended up buried in the reds. Now, what can he do with the chance?
Well, he can make a mess of it straight away, and I don't think he's on the red to the right corner. He's on a red to the middle, but not ideally. Well, sometimes you just got to say no. And this black, as you can see, very difficult pot, but he's eyeing it up.
Especially when you're 12-6 behind to O'Sullivan.
As it happens, it doesn't look too bad. He's left an easy red to the left corner, but it looks very difficult to get to a colour from it. Yeah, he couldn't get to a colour from it, so it wasn't a disaster. So O'Sullivan just thinking about potting the red and playing a good safety shot.
RonnieO'Sullivan 1.
Yeah, he just caught it a little too thick. Now can Ronnie put this red to the right corner and void the reds? That's a hard bit, avoiding the reds. Yeah, good pot. And this time the kiss is good. The poor safety from Judd Trump, allowing Ronnie to pot that long red. But the blue, pink and black at the moment, all difficult. He could, if he wanted to, play the cannon to the pink from the brown. Try and develop the pink. A little risky to play it, but he'll have thought of everything. And that's what he's played. Try and develop the pink.
5.
Now, he may have cleared a path for the pink to the left middle. He wants to get the black back on its spot desperately. That's where he'd like to be.
6.
Then right in the middle. Now this frame got a whole new feel about it, with the black back on its spot.
13.
He knew as soon as he struck it.
RonnieO'Sullivan 13.
Now this is where Judd Trump has got to inflict his own pain. They're there for the taking.
A rare error from Ronnie O'Sullivan went in amongst them.
1.
Trump has already had a good chance in this frame, immediately lost prime position. As we see O'Sullivan's miss again. You could count on the fingers of one hand the balls like that he's missed in this tournament. It's only going to matter if Trump can make him pay.
8. Thank you. 9.16. Thank you. 17.
He was considering playing the other red, going down for one of the baulk killers, coming back down again. But that one got in amongst the black again. And this is where he can do the greatest damage. He just hasn't got his cue ball under perfect control at the moment.
25.
Not afraid of leaving more difficult black so he can get good position on the next red. And when he takes his red to the left corner, it releases the other
32.
two. He's got to win at this visit, though, just to make O'Sullivan think, punish his mistakes. Let him know that he's a different man today. But again,
40.
Not got that cue ball straight enough on this red to get back to the black. And it's just little shots like that that are the difference.
41.
O'Sullivan, his position is almost perfect. £30 points, the difference. Still
43.
needs two reds.
$44.
Nice angle on the black. Just a stun across with these two reds, and being a left-hander, just needs to leave himself with any kind of a pot on this red nearest the corner. And that will do nicely.
51.
Frame ball, but he'll want to colour from it.
In it goes. You can tell that Trump is still battling with himself, trying with all his might to recapture his best form. It's still not there. This break has been a bit of a trial. He hasn't always been in prime position, but he's held himself together to pot the key balls. And all of this,
59.
of course, the result of a rare O'Sullivan potting error. The mid-range red to the left corner. And Trump, which he's absolutely got to do today, has punished it with, barring snookers, a frame-winning break. 46 the difference, 35 on, so it's 3 snookers for O'Sullivan as things stand.
Well, one snooker with a free ball, and that has already happened in this championship. Remember Luca Brissell? He thought he was safe, but instantly left a free ball. Another good shot by O'Sullivan, and this one not quite as easy. Well, the first thing you should think about is don't leave a free ball, because you can lose the frame from this shot if you're not aware of that fact.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
So now it's 2 snookers. Trump not out of the mire yet in this frame. And this is been a feature of O'Sullivan, hasn't it, throughout this tournament? There have been years in the past when he might well have conceded a frame like this, needing 3 snookers, but he's been treating every ball as though it's the championship winning one all the way through.
Yeah, it's a good point, that. You know, many a time he would have given up the ghost, 3 snookers.
But that's a mistake. The double kiss means this is a chance for Trump to kill the frame off once and for all. Which he's done. Now then, things getting a little more interesting here at the Crucible. Trump has made the start that he absolutely had to in this session. Got to win it. That's the bare minimum. Ideally, he's got to win it handsomely. There are 8 frames, of course. If he could take it 6-2, he would certainly be giving himself a chance coming back this evening. First up, he's got to make sure there is an evening. And if O'Sullivan is to win this with a session to spare, he'll have to win the remaining 6 of this penultimate session. Trump has very different ideas.
12.
But crucially, Trump was able to punish Ronnie O'Sullivan for a mistake. He's been on the wrong end of that throughout this final. This time, he's given a dose of medicine to O'Sullivan, who missed the red from mid-range.
17.
Into the left corner, Trump made a frame-winning break. Way, what about that? Crazy! Naughty, but nice.
23.
Unbelievable.
Shades of 2019, and that's exactly what Judd Trump needs. The spirit of 3 years ago, if he's to turn this around in sensational fashion. He's won 2 on the bounce on the resumption. O'Sullivan leads 12-7. He needs plenty more of them. 12-7, he breaks off in the next frame.
I quite like the blue he potted as well. What a way to get position on the pink. But that pink, smashing it into the middle like he did. I'm sure we'll see that one again.
I wonder how Ronnie O'Sullivan's feeling at the moment. You mentioned, Joe, and of course you're right. He's human, he's got flesh and blood. Not nuts and bolts, despite the fact that, on occasion, with the way he plays, he is machine-like in his brilliance, but he's seen Trump come back at him, make a century, punish a mistake, play that breathtaking exhibition shot on the pink just now, and he might be thinking, I know what Trump's capable of. He can get inspired, he can pop them off the lampshades.
Well, this is what I was saying to Rachel earlier, that he has to have said to himself, look, I've missed a lot of balls yesterday. I've got to cut out the easy ones. And O'Sullivan will have seen that. He didn't miss any easy ones, Trump. In fact, he potted some that we didn't even think was on. O'Sullivan's still playing good safety. Although this red is on to the right corner. His long potting has got a return. So far it has. And there's another good one. Needs a good kiss. He needs a good kiss. And that will do nicely.
Against John Higgins, when He recovered from 5-3 behind to win 8 on the bounce. He did not miss from long range, and some of them were just outrageous.
Five. Six.
No, I'll say it again. He mustn't miss when he's in, and so far he hasn't. He missed a very difficult black along the cushion into that right corner. But that was a difficult pot.
Yes, and crucially, he didn't really leave O'Sullivan a chance, did he? He left the red, but as you made the point at the time, Joe, there was no position off it.
And if the black had gone in, there was position from it. He could have got back to the black. So it wasn't as scary a shot. Oh, it just drifted in. He set it off at the top angle and it just drifted in the pocket.
Bravo.
Giving himself a chance of 2 reds there. One to the middle, one to the left corner. He tried to develop the black a couple of shots ago, going into the pack of reds from the pink. But it's still tied up for the moment, I think. And they look easy shots, but believe me, they're difficult shots to power the cue ball round the 2 cushions, finish perfect on the pink. Very difficult. Now he could decide to go into the reds, miss the pink on the left or the right. Well, decided to go into them full-blooded. And he's on the red, he's developed the black, and all of a sudden, this is a frame-winning chance.
23.
The blood starts pumping now you've done the work. This is where you realise it's down to you.
Suddenly there's a more animated demeanour about Judd Trump. It was quite a sad sight yesterday to see him with his head in his hands after another miss, which let O'Sullivan in for a winning break. But he seems to be getting his joie de vivre back here in the nick of time. Still a huge task on his hands, but you've got to start somewhere. And 2 out of 2 on the resumption is a good start. 3 out of 3 would be even better. Oh, but is he on his red?
Well, the way he's played the shot, I thought he played for the red. That would go past the black, but he hasn't. He's still on the other one. But this is where he's lost his cue ball a little, and this is what Ronnie doesn't do. Good recovery. But not the best kiss this time. But a chance to keep Ronnie cold, play good snooker. Doesn't look to be too much on his tip there. Judd Trump, I don't think anybody's noticed that, but his tip seems to have worn down very low.
Ronnie O'Sullivan seems to have been preoccupied with his tip pretty much throughout the entire championship. He's not been happy at times with a few bits of fraying around the edges of the tip. He's been filing it furiously throughout the event, but it's worked pretty well for him, hasn't it?
But it was his lack of cue ball control there that brought that break to an end for Judd Trump. He would have liked to have won the frame at that visit. Kept that charge rolling on.
It's already been an eventful championship final for Olivier Martial. His second, of course. He refereed Stuart Bingham's triumph in 2015 against Shaun Murphy.
That's what he's attempting. He doesn't want to hit that red. Although, it looks like he's got it safe. He didn't play to hit that red.
Huge pressure on every ball in this situation for Trump. He has so little room to manoeuvre in this match.
Yes, and he keeps taking on those difficult balls, doesn't he? He keeps getting them. But that could have been a frame loser again there. He left Ronnie O'Sullivan in right amongst them. The pink is on to the middle. The brown not being on its spot makes things a little bit more difficult, a little bit more easy. Well, he's in again. He's got a 42-point lead. A right-handed player would play the red to the left corner, but there's no need for him to play it. Easy enough to get onto the pink or blue here.
8.
And that's a little careless. Lost the cue ball again. I've said it a few times. And could have done with pulling that cue ball back at just a little bit further. He's brought
30.
the brown into play now.
Yeah, and that is awkward, isn't it? He's very conscious of the brown right underneath his body as he cues this. Could be a distraction for the pot. Well played. Just grappling to get position here, isn't he?
Yeah, and it all started really from that first red, where he's played onto the blue, got the wrong side of it. Needs another good recovery.
19.
This is where Trump at his best is so good, though. Even when his cue ball isn't under control, he's a past master at keeping breaks going when it looks like it's coming to an end, but he's got to keep doing it here.
Well, so far, Philip, he looks a different man today than what he did yesterday. As I say, I think he had a lot of nervous energy yesterday from that difficult semi-final with Mark Williams. But today, he's taking on the same difficult pots, but this time they're going in.
25.
And this red, and barring Snookers, he'll have won all three on the resumption.
26.
59 left. We may yet have a Titanic World Final on our hands.
33.
We're definitely coming back tonight.
34.
Ronnie O'Sullivan is still in charge, but not quite as much so as he was last night when they bumped fists at the end of session 2. O'Sullivan at that stage
40.
on easy street, 7 clear within 6 of making history.
41.
He's still within 6. But Judd Trump has closed to within 4. And he's won this mini session, and that was very much, I'm sure, his target at the start of the day. If he can make it a clean sweep before we move into the later stages of this session, then it's really game on. In the meantime, Judd Trump has taken the first 3. It's now O'Sullivan leading 12-8. And right at the beginning of session 2 last night, Ronnie O'Sullivan has something to think about. From 12-5 to 12-8. One more frame to come before the next interval. Could Judd Trump possibly make it a clean sweep? What a result that would be for him. I'm sure he'd have taken 3-1 at the outset if you'd offered it to him, but now, having won the first 3, he's got bigger ambitions.
And a long red to the right corner. That little kiss didn't do him any favours. Has it come far enough for Ronnie to take it on to the middle? It looks like it from here, but Difficult to tell.
Scored just 47 points in this session.
One. Sure.
We've talked about O'Sullivan's preoccupation with his tip. He's also, in this tournament, perhaps for the first time, been fastidious in getting that cue ball cleaned on a very regular basis, something that in the past he's often not done at all, even when he's had a kick.
6.
In this tournament, even when he hasn't had one, he's been getting that cue ball looked at, and sometimes the object balls, all part of the focus and the concentration O'Sullivan has shown. That red wobbled.
He played a very good blue a moment ago. Played it with a lot of right-hand side on the cue ball to check it away from the cushion. But that kiss on the black didn't go according to plan. And he's missing.
O'Sullivan 7.
Yeah, there's definitely a different vibe about this final now. O'Sullivan, for the first time in a long time, being put under pressure by Trump. And perhaps beginning to feel it.
One.
Well, there is a red directly above the black spot that will go. He'd have to play the black to get to it, if he's got any angle there. That's the one there, he's just addressed. But can he get to that red? The black looks a little straight. But if anybody can manoeuvre a cue ball, it's Trump. That's where he'd like it. And what about that? That is absolutely perfection. Well appreciated by the crowd.
8.
Now, this shot could determine this frame. He's played it well. He's developed more reds, finished perfectly on the black.
Something stuck on the black ball this time, it seems. Olivia Martil sorting it out and giving the cue ball a clean as well. It looked like quite a lively bounce that Trump got off the cushion there.
Well, it wasn't lively enough because he wanted to finish straighter on this red to get back to the black. He may have to play up for the blue now and get the right side. That's a shot he plays so well. Stunning off the cushion, coming the right side. Now will he go into them here or play for that loose one? Playing for choice of 2 reds, luck again. Could have easily just played for the red to the right corner.
22.
But stand down. And now he's got choice of 2 reds. Now considering whether to go into the reds with the insurance of that red near the right side cushion.
23.
No, he hasn't come far enough. He'll be disappointed with that. Looks a little straight. Yep, he's straight. So he may have to take the red to the left middle. From such an easy red to have left himself straight, though. And this is what Ronnie O'Sullivan doesn't do.
Good cueing required here. These are no gimmies under pressure.
31.
But he is cueing a whole lot better now than he was before. And Team Trump, parents Steve and Georgina in the centre of that picture just now, feeling a whole lot better about what they're seeing in this session.
Yeah, it's like roles reversed today, isn't it? Judd Trump was missing when he was in yesterday. And Ronnie O'Sullivan's been missing when he's been in today.
Mr. Red from mid-range, and then the black early in this frame.
38.
John Higgins described O'Sullivan as lethal in their semi-final, insofar as he just wasn't missing when he was in at all. And Higgins, after taking that early lead, never really got near O'Sullivan after O'Sullivan gained control.
Well, he's not ideal on the black again. He should have left a better angle on the black to get to the reds or split them. Having a good look at this red to the corner, but it looks as though it goes on camera. Whether it does or not, he'll know. Difficult to get there as well from there. Cue power, look at the cue power. Tremendous cue power here.
45.
With reverse side on the cue ball. I think he'd have liked to have gone past that red and taken it to the right corner. Oh. Is he looking at a possible plant to the middle? This would be a little bonus. Oh, look at this. If they're touching, it's on. Wow.
Trump looks to the heavens. He must have been certain that that was going to drop, because now it hasn't. Chance for an O'Sullivan counter. How is he feeling, though? He's made one or two uncharacteristic errors today.
Yeah. Well, as you say, Philip, he must have thought it was on, because otherwise he would have played that cue ball closer to the cushion. So if he did miss, it'd make it difficult for O'Sullivan.
1.
He's got one awkward red to contend with. And that hasn't dropped as well as it could have done.
At one stage last evening, O'Sullivan had scored practically twice as many points as Judd Trump. That gap has obviously narrowed today. Trump winning 3 in a row. And he was spying 4 in a row just now before losing position and then
16.
failing with the plant. How costly is that going to be in this frame before the interval?
Well, twice he failed to leave the angle on the black to go into the reds. From easy reds, I should say. Whereas O'Sullivan, when he plays on the black, he always seems to have a great angle on it. So he can manoeuvre the cue ball anywhere.
It looks very likely, doesn't it, to be coming down to that one awkward red close to the side cushion. The difference between 13-8 and 12-9, potentially.
Yeah, and he's a master at leaving that cue ball in the right place to bring that red off the cushion. In fact, if he could leave an angle on the pink here, this would be the ideal time to do it.
32.
But no. Didn't have the angle. Too straight this time.
38.
And he's just lost the cue ball a little there. He looks up at the crowd because he's stunned too far through. Can't get to it from there. No, what a shot was played. That's unfortunate.
46.
When I say he couldn't get to it, could get position but couldn't knock it out. But very unfortunate. Great shots. Great shot. And played that cue ball short of the baulk line. Judd Trump knows that this frame is slipping by.
And this has been impressive from O'Sullivan because he's lost the first three. He's lost a couple of them to errors, which he wasn't making. He's seen Trump begin to pick his game up, begin to look more in the mood to get back into this final. And so he was under pressure coming to the table to make this clearance, but he has not flinched.
55.
Tremendous character, hasn't he? Great clearance.
Just this Brown needed to restore full control, because 12-9 would certainly have made things a whole lot more interesting at the interval. Judd Trump has played much better today, of that there is no question. And he's won the mini session, which was imperative. But he might have won all four, which would have made a big difference. As it is, Ronnie O'Sullivan takes the last of the first half of this penultimate session of the World Final.
The 22nd frame, Judd Trump to break.
So Judd Trump gets us underway in the second half of this penultimate session of the World Championship Final. He was up pretty quickly off that break-off. Not played as he intended, for sure. He's had a good start to this session. He's played a whole lot better. He's won 3 frames in a row. It could have been 4. What a terrific break that was from Ronnie O'Sullivan, just to check his comeback and restore a 5-frame advantage. Nerveless stuff from the Rocket. But the red eludes him.
What a let-off. What a let-off that was. Just when he needed a good break-off, because he could have lost the frame there. That's how well O'Sullivan's playing. But we did say before the start, O'Sullivan would have to miss, and Judd would have to increase his potting powers.
And both of those things have happened so far, which is why Trump has been able to win that little mini session. Now, if he can win this one, as Jimmy and Alan were just discussing there, it really is game on tonight. That would put him 3 behind, 14-11.
Horrible little cutback. Not hard enough.
Oh dear, that's the last thing Trump needed. The start of this second half of session 3.
Yeah, 2 terrible shots. The break-off and that one. He probably thought, I don't want to open all the reds up too much, just in case I miss the black. But to leave it short, well,
when you're in Trump's position against the greatest player of all time by most people's estimation, you have to take every chance, don't you, that comes your way. You just cannot afford to let a single opportunity slip, and that has to go down as one for Trump.
swinging the cue ball around the 2 cushions, trying to develop more reds, and he has done. Not ideally on the red to the left corner, or the red to the middle, but this looks easier for position.
15.
We keep seeing those stats, but they don't get any less impressive, do they? 94% pot success for the match, which matches his tournament. And this is the point, that O'Sullivan's level has never really dipped. Yes, he missed a couple before the interval, but in terms of a session or even a half session, he's always been able to stay in contention or to pull away. And the break that he made, having been largely frozen out for 3 frames, was so impressive.
Yes, but that red, wait for it, that red, he didn't really want to take on. He wasn't ideal on it. Played it. Now, nothing easy here for Trump. Red to the middle, difficult, guaranteed to leave the frame if he misses it. The one to the baulk corner, probably an easier pot, but not sure where the cue ball's going to go. Lots of pressure on this one. That used all the pocket. But now, this is a great chance. Nothing safe.
And a chance, I'm sure, he did not
6.
expect to get when he hit the black just now, too thin, in trying to cut it into the left corner pocket.
7.
Now, will he leave that red over the middle in case he gets the wrong side of the blue at any time? No, played for it.
11. 12. 17. Thank you. 18. 25.
That trio of reds just above the red he's playing now.
26.
They may need some attention. One of the reds will go to the left middle and that opens a way for the other two. I don't think he's got any choice here but to play for that red near the cushion. He's missed a couple like this. But that was yesterday.
33. 34.
Touch that near angle. He's just not confident about them for some reason.
His heart would have stopped for a moment there. Happily for him, gravity intervened.
Another terrible positional shot, really, for somebody of Judd Trump's calibre.
41.
Even with the revival Trump has made today and winning the first 3 frames on the resumption, he's never really got a handle on his cue ball. He's kept potting. He's not missed anything easy, but every break has been a bit of a trial. And there's another typical Trump shot, really. Quintessential Trump.
42.
Getting himself out of a hole by potting an awkward one.
Yeah, and a good snooker here makes a difference because there's nothing to land up to, so you'd have to judge this one well.
That's 42.
Mixed feelings for Trump. 42, he wanted to win the frame, of course, there, and at his best he probably would have done, but at least he's right back in the frame, and right now he has the advantage. O'Sullivan snooker, 23 behind.
He's got to hit this well. He's got to hit this well. And it's cuttable, but it's a difficult cut. Had the game in the palm of his hands a moment ago, Trump, and ran out of position. He's got an easy safety shot. Try and get in behind the green and brown. That's where he's pointing his cue at now. Doesn't want the kiss, unless it's like that. Lefty. Judd Trump hampered with this red.
Bit of good fortune there for O'Sullivan. He could easily have left Trump hand on table, which would have made the red 10 times easier. As it is, this is nasty.
Oh, brilliant shot. Brilliant shot, and nicely on pink or black.
It really was. A nerveless shot that from Trump. Perfect cueing required, right in the middle of the pocket.
And that's another thing he wasn't doing yesterday, potting those difficult long balls.
7.
Couple more reds needed to close the gap to 4 again.
Eight.
And again, he's just underdone that one. Work to do with the cue ball now. And he's overdone that one. From one extreme to the other.
14.
$16 out of 18 with the rest for Trump. A few more important than this one. He's got it.
Yeah, right in the middle as well.
Ronnie O'Sullivan had the chance early in this frame, missed a cutback red. And that has been the difference really on the resumption. A combination of Trump playing better without playing his best, but O'Sullivan missing the odd one, which
22.
he was not doing yesterday, which he has not been doing throughout the tournament. And that's why the scoreline
23.
is a little more manageable for Judd Trump, who started this session having to win it. But what he really needs is to win it handsomely.
23.
And he's giving himself a chance to do that, because it's 4 out of 5 now today for Judd Trump. And so the gap is back to 4. Ronnie O'Sullivan still 5 away at 13-9. Having had a chance
frame,
and having not taken
Ronnie
it.
O'Sullivan to break.
And so the gap is 4 again. 3 more to come in this session. Trump will be targeting 2 of them. If he can win them, we could have a monumental final session on our hands tonight. But it's still an if. Remember, Trump leads the head-to-head, 13-12. He's won 7 of their 10 meetings and finals. O'Sullivan has won their only previous Crucible meeting, the semi-final, in 2013.
Well, I do believe he had a go at that. Now, can he see it? Oh, well, he's considering just turning that cue ball slightly around the brown. Has to play it with a touch of left-hand side on the cue ball and just turn it ever so slightly. Not enough.
Again, O'Sullivan with a touch of fortune there, having missed the red by a margin. to not leave it easier for Trump, who had to work the cue ball and has not done so as he wanted. So O'Sullivan in with an easy starter. His goal, of course, contrary to Trump's, is to make the deciding session tonight, which now, of course, is guaranteed, as painless as possible, as straightforward as it can be.
Eight. Nine.
And it's stuck. Maybe the red to the right centre, but it's a difficult pot.
16.
Look at the cue ball here, just stuck to the reds. Too high. Now he's left the red to the left middle. That's very unlike Ronnie O'Sullivan to take the red on and leave one if he misses. He's overhit it.
And again, it's the kind of pot that, yes, not easy, but he's been gobbling those up all tournament.
One.
Good pot. And again, not easy, those type of shots. Now, the last time he split the reds, a moment ago, Ronnie O'Sullivan, he only knocked a couple out. So they still need some attention, and he could go into them from the blue here.
7.
No, not got the angle there. And again, just bounced that a little bit too much. Now he can't get closer to the black.
13.
Now he could play the cannon to the red directly above the black. That would leave him on red to the left and right corner. Or he could just play for the loose red. Now maybe he can open more reds up. Take the cue ball down towards the blue and yellow.
21.
I was surprised he didn't play that shot, but he's still okay. Needs to hit the left-hand side of the pink, or miss it. And that's what he's looking at. Where do I want to hit those reds?
Whatever you do, don't knock a red in with the blue.
Don't forget the blue. Yeah, that's okay. He's on a red to the right corner.
26. Spider?
I know you've been in a match here at the Crucible, Joe, against the great Stephen Hendry when you had a massive lead and it was gradually whittled away to nothing. Describe your emotions while that's going on.
It's difficult to explain, actually. It's just fear. You want to get in with an easy chance and your opponent is not allowing you. He's playing so well. Well, that was a good recovery shot on the red.
27.
But he's just lost the cue ball a little. Another very, very important shot. Pressure. And Ronnie O'Sullivan's going to get a chance now.
And that's the thing, isn't it? When your cue ball isn't quite as you'd like it and you're constantly having to dig yourself out of a positional hole, eventually it's going to take its toll. You can't keep knocking in these pressure balls in this situation.
It's not as bad as I first thought. This black isn't easy. And he can't get that cue ball into a position to be nicely on it, and that's why he's played up for the blue. He needs it to run, and it hasn't. Another thing that wasn't happening yesterday, Philip, is that he wasn't getting away with much, Judd Trump. He was being punished. Now, will he be punished here?
Yeah, that's true. He lost 4 frames to 4 missed pots. O'Sullivan was clinical, ruthless, lethal, as Higgins put it. Rather less so today so far.
6.
Needs a good recovery shot here, and there is a red that will go to this right corner. And he's got it. Great recovery shot. That could be a frame winner. Any harder. Any harder.
Wow. Wow. That was so close, wasn't it? To calamity for O'Sullivan. Now Trump fearing the worst in this frame. O'Sullivan 1 point ahead.
13. $18. $19.
Didn't like the black, so played down for the blue. What a brave shot. Just knocked it in as though it was easy.
24. $25.
And this time, it's O'Sullivan. That leaves it short on the blue. Very unlike him. He's going to be faced with a more difficult red than he wanted. $19 points.
30.
The difference. Not this time.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 30.
So Trump breathes again. Every frame from here on in is huge. Trump trying to get to within 3 frames.
That was a lovely little kiss on the blue. That cue ball turning to the left with the side on it. He's got the safety advantage at the moment, Judd Trump. Now, has it just come too far, the cue ball? Can you see that red below the black spot? It appears he can. Cue ball is running on, but it's held its line and held its pace. Some great safety coming out from both players. Both players knowing how important this frame is.
Yes, because if Trump can win it, it means he's won this mini session already, with a couple of frames still to come. If O'Sullivan wins it, he's easing the pressure again.
The only problem with that shot, yep, he's contained that safety, but he should be in big trouble next shot. Excellent, excellent. Neither player giving an inch.
Just looking. Thank you.
Well, they love the big breaks, this Crucible crowd, but they also appreciate the safety. And that could be a mistake if O'Sullivan can see it. Just caught it a touch too thick. So one good pot.
.15 out of 23 have gone in for O'Sullivan from long range in this match. 65%. And there's another one, and that could be very important.
Well, he's the wrong side of the yellow, so he may have to take the more difficult brown. He's a little heavy. He's a little heavy.
5.
Needs both reds.
And this one along the cushion is well missable. Can he pot it?
RonnieO'Sullivan 5.
He got so close that it stayed very adjacent to the pocket.
I think he can cut it in. So this is all about landing on a colour to get back to that red behind the black spot.
1.
And he's the right side of the pink. This frame down to trump. Now he could do with playing for the pink or blue here, because that black is missable to get down to the yellow. Not ideal. I'm going to try and leave an angle on the yellow to get to the green. That used all of the pocket, didn't it? My word.
And then some. Goodness
13.
me.
Settle down now.
We'll try.
It's not good for the heart, is it? These World Finals, the drama they create. Even though on the face of it, Ronnie O'Sullivan is still well in control, but this frame feels absolutely gargantuan.
And again, he's just overrun slightly.
18.
Well, from here, it should be plain sailing. Brown, blue and pink.
If anything is here at the Crucible.
22.
Made sure he was this side of the blue.
Still needs a good shot here, Trump, positionally. Enormous pressure on his shoulders here.
27.
Played it well.
If this goes in, the comeback is well and truly on. It's 5 out of 6 for Judd Trump. He said that playing Ronnie O'Sullivan in a world final was a dream. It was turning into a nightmare. Less so now. O'Sullivan now 13-10 in front.
Judd Trump to break.
Equally, O'Sullivan could still be 5 clear. All things possible then in this increasingly compelling World Championship final. Judd Trump deserves a lot of credit for the guts and determination he showed to get back into this. But Ronnie O'Sullivan is still the favourite, still within 5 frames of the title.
Full ball kiss on the brown. May have left a chance at this red to the right corner. If he drops through for the black, he'd only leave the red he was playing on. Brilliant. Brilliant. And look where they left the cue ball, just in case.
That's got to be one of the best long pots of Judd Trump's championship. Oh, and then he misses the black.
But again, Philip, you know, things are going for Trump. He's missed the ball. He's left a red on, but he's pushed the black safe, the pink safe. So, whereas yesterday, Ronnie O'Sullivan was having a good chance with the balls wide open, now he's having to work for them. But that's a magnificent shot he's played there. The right side of the blue. And this shot could bring the pink into play and all the reds. Now, how's your luck? Well, would you believe it? That's the run of the ball.
6.
That's the run of the ball. A great split.
Touching ball.
Terrific split. Opening the reds up, but look where the cue ball has landed. Sometimes you may be thinking to yourself, it's not my day. Well, you couldn't blame him for thinking that.
Olivia Martial declaring touching ball, although Sullivan's going to hit one anyway.
Yeah, try and get him behind the brown.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
O'Sullivan, remember, started the day 12-5 up, 7 clear. He's won just 1. Trump has won 5. What a day to have a ticket.
Yeah, what a picture that is. That tells it all, doesn't it? Everybody mesmerised. And thoroughly enjoying this final now.
Yesterday it was about enjoying the all-round brilliance of O'Sullivan. Didn't feel like too much of a contest, certainly in the second session where Trump was all at sea. O'Sullivan was head and shoulders above him in all departments, won the session 7-2. But now, this is well and truly a contest, and Trump deserves a lot of credit for digging deep as he has to close the gap. The question is, can he close it further ahead of tonight's final session?
Well, that's called pushing the boat out. I can't believe he's tucked that red on. Cue ball going into the reds, no guarantee of being on a colour, although he was on a colour. But now, O'Sullivan with a great chance. But it depends where the pink goes. If it goes on the black spot, it ties the pink up. The black's not in a good place. Where does this pink go?
Seven.
I think the pink will still go to that right middle especially.
Eight. Thirteen. 14.
Just a chance here.
90.
And a gilt-edged one for O'Sullivan to
20.
recapture the form that has got him into such a strong position in this final, which was beginning to be loosened a little by Trump's comeback. But Trump putting all his eggs into one basket with that long red, which he didn't get close to. And he's left the world on for O'Sullivan. Yes, the black's out of commission at the
22.
moment. Pink's a bit awkward, but he's got the blue to work with, and he's such a magician in terms
23.
of his control that it will be a surprise, frankly, if he doesn't make it 14-10 at this visit.
Yeah, and if he plays for the red just below the pink, well, mustn't go to that left corner. That would have freed the pink.
28.
So, may have to play back up for the blue again. And he's the wrong side
29.
of it. He'll be disappointed with that shot.
Just puts that
34.
little bit of extra pressure, doesn't it, on your next shot when you finish low on the blue rather than high.
$35.
40 points, the difference. Played it very well. Choice of two reds.
37.
Now, hit the right side of the blue this time. And
38.
he's done it again. He's left himself straight.
$43. Sure.
Not for the first time in this championship by any means. O'Sullivan taking a little time out, asking the referee to clean the cue ball. This is the red that Trump missed, and damage that he did at the moment looks like being fatal in this frame. $
44.
red needed.
$49.
So Ronnie O'Sullivan guaranteed a 3-frame cushion going to the final session. It could yet be 5.
50.
And the moment that Judd Trump missed that long-range red, this looked likely to be the outcome.
55.
3 snookers as things stand. So if this red goes in, the frame is definitely over.
Thank you.
Is Judd Trump going
Ronnie
to play
O'Sullivan,
on?
55.
I think he is. 60 the difference. 51 on.
The cue ball very nearly went in the middle pocket there a moment ago. And had it gone in, he could have won by 1 point.
No, having surveyed the situation, Judd Trump decides it's too big an ask. Ronnie O'Sullivan then 4 frames clear again with 1 to come in this session. He leads 14-10. Very close to the double kiss. Well, he set the place alight with the standard of his snooker all tournament. Now he's setting his tip alight. Just burning away those frayed edges that have been at times distracting him during this event. John Higgins, right at the outset of this championship, talked about the importance of managing a disappointing session when your game isn't quite there, when your potting isn't quite as accurate as usual, when your positional play isn't as good as it might be, but nevertheless limiting the damage. And that's what O'Sullivan is doing here. He's not played at his best today, clearly. He's been outplayed by Trump, but he could still emerge from this session at 5-3.
That's very, very unusual for O'Sullivan to miss that type of long ball pot. But it's handed a chance to Judd Trump.
Yes, a 6-2 reversal for O'Sullivan would be rather more significant with this evening in mind, but Trump has got to first knock in this tricky red with the rest.
He's played some good shots with the rest.
Yeah, he's only missed a couple. 19 out of 21 with the rest. 8 out of 9 O'Sullivan.
Three. Four.
Now, decisions to be made here. Does it go into them? I think it's difficult to hold for that red just above the black. So he may well decide to go into them here. And he's opened them up. But he's on nothing easy. That red going over the pocket, over the green pocket, if he can see it.
9.
He caught the pink full in the face, which is what he intended. But he can't see that easy red over the pocket. But he's found a plant.
10.
Sullivan was sat right behind that plant, and he saw the plant, and he knew that Judd would be playing it.
Every pot in this break, in this final frame of session 3, feels priceless for Judd Trump.
15.
What an afternoon he will have had if he can have taken 6 of the 8 against O'Sullivan.
16.
Well, once again, he may decide to go into them, miss the pink on the right, give those 4 reds a nudge that are closest together. Doesn't have to play that shot. You could play the green, come down for the red to the left of the pink. Decided to play it. Is he on one? At first glance, it looks like no.
21. Judd Trump 21.
Oh, what a kiss on the pink. What a kiss on the pink that was.
Not a bad one on the brown either. O'Sullivan riding his luck there, big style.
Now what does he do? Does he take the long red on to the corner? It's thin. Not that thin. Oh, wait for it. Wow. And he's on the pink.
Goodness me. Well, if O'Sullivan had a bit of luck just now in running the cue ball to safety, Judd has trumped him there.
Wow. That is incredible, isn't it?
How important is that fluke going to be come the end of the evening? What an opportunity that Trump has now got to close the gap to 3.
Well, as certainly as you can be, that should have been 15-10. And as you say, how important is that going to be for the whole championship?
8.
We may well look back at that shot this evening and say that's where it turned.
Vital now, though, that Trump makes the most of that good fortune. Must be absolutely focused here on what he's got to do
15.
to narrow the gap to 3.
16.
And that will hurt O'Sullivan because he'll feel as though he's been robbed there of a chance to get to within 3 of the title himself. Some flukes are more important than others, and what a time to get it.
Yeah, I mean, Ronnie was very fortunate the shot before, wasn't he, when he missed the long red and then cannon into them, the right side of the pink, taking the cue ball down the table.
24.
Instant karma.
So 52 points,
31.
the difference.
32.
It's easy enough to say this. 3 reds needed.
There was a danger that this eagerly anticipated,
39.
much hyped world final might fall flat with Ronnie O'Sullivan threatening a landslide victory. Judd Trump, though,
40.
has shown why he's a champion. He's fought back magnificently. He's still got to finish the job. There's still 67 there. He needs this black.
Yeah, that wasn't the best positional shot. Just put a bit of pressure on himself, but by dropping the black in, Ronnie O'Sullivan needs snookers.
There's his family, who will be very proud of what he's done in this session. He's gone to the well and he's been rewarded. He's played way better than at any other time in the match, and he's also been the beneficiary of some really good fortune, which you need when you're in the kind of predicament he was in coming out this afternoon. Crucially, he's made the most of it.
55.
And now, boy, do we have a world final on our hands.
56.
O'Sullivan will have a few hours to stew on what might have been before the fluke from Trump.
Yeah, and every chance of finishing with a century.
Pressure off now. Trump can enjoy these last few
61.
moments and reflect on a job very well done. He had to win this session. But not only has he won it, he's won it convincingly. 6-2.
$69.
This place is going to be throbbing come 7 o'clock tonight.
70.
Made a century to start this session. Got off on the right foot. Took 3 of the first 4 before the interval. O'Sullivan responding with the 4th with that tremendous break of 64. And it felt as though he'd possibly repelled the mini fight back from Trump, but Trump has come again after the interval and he's piling on the pressure.
What a fluke. What a fluke
78.
that was, and this is the way to make your opponent feel it.
80. $83.
4 pots away from a record equalling 108th Crucible century to tie last year's tally.
87. 92. 98.
Century from Trump. Ronnie O'Sullivan is still 4 steps away from 7th Crucible heaven. Judd Trump has come roaring back to set up a grandstand finale at this year's World Snooker Championship. What a session we'll have from 7 o'clock tonight. It's game on. It's O'Sullivan 14, Trump 11.
Thank you. Frame 26. Judd Trump to break.
It'll be an historic night.
Quietly now.
No matter who wins, Judd Trump looking to complete the greatest ever second-day recovery. Remember, he was 12-5 down when they started. Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, looking to equal the modern-day record of 7 world titles. 14-11 it is. O'Sullivan needs 4, Trump needs 7. Trump won the afternoon session 6-2 to put the pressure on and make this match a lot closer. A lot of people this morning thought it could even end with the session to spare. That did not happen. What will happen this evening? Can't wait to find out, Neil.
No, it's absolutely pulsating in here tonight, isn't it? What great walk-ons they were. 2 great players, and as you say, what a session from Judd Trump. He came back very powerfully.
Can you lower the sound of your earpieces a little bit, please?
And of course, the other thing, Ronnie won a very important 4th frame of the day, or else he could have been, well, it could have been within a frame. You have to take the positives out of something, and that might have been the one that O'Sullivan will have thought about. That's not a particularly good first shot, though. Safety shot caught much too thick.
This is the unique factor about the World Championship. The long matches. 14-11's a good lead if it was 10 each, but it was 12-5. So suddenly Trump's breathing down his neck. There's just a slight noise they're trying to sort out.
Is that a hear aid that's beeping?
Well, some noise
Can you
putting,
please switch it
putting
off?
Trump off. The
Thank
referee's
you.
having a word.
Oh, goodness me, the mobile phone business, there was a lot of instruction about turning the mobile phone off, but there's no mention of hearing aids in the build-up.
I think you always like to see the player pop the ball after something like that, and he has done. He showed great character, I thought, this afternoon. The way he really took the game to O'Sullivan. He raised his game. He played better than he had yesterday. That's what he needed to do. He needed O'Sullivan to miss a few. That happened as well.
Four.
That's a really good shot on the green. The cue speed, which we know him for, the way they can whip the cue through the ball and get the balls around the angles. It seems to have just come back to him today. It deserted him yesterday. All that coordination and timing. Doesn't like this. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? But I don't know if there's a single red that he can land on. Well, as you can see, it's going into the reds. He's going to have to play to open them up a little bit. I don't think he quite had it in him to play with a lot of topspin, a lot of power, because you can clearly miss the ball. I think in the exhibition he would have played that a lot
Touching ball.
quicker, more pace in it. Didn't want to do it. Understand why. I mean, he's 3 behind. He's got a chance, but he still has not much leeway.
Shot ramp 12.
Got to keep things a little bit tight and try and peg O'Sullivan back even further.
Again, it's breaking it into mini sessions, isn't it? If he could win this one 3-1, then there's one frame in it. So suddenly the match is well and truly in the balance.
Well, it looks to be a good safety shot O'Sullivan has played there. Both player and referee looking down the line of the shot here as if there's not a great deal of room to get the cue ball through. Maybe just an edge of that red on the right. Well, he bent it round. That's a beautiful shot. He swerved it. That was well played.
I must say there was a great buzz just walking to the Crucible from the hotel earlier. Everybody asking the same question. What happens now? People thought they knew the answer at the start of the day. The afternoon sessions changed that. Wonderful pot from O'Sullivan. He's been so focused the whole championship. He's had his one bad session, maybe, earlier on. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. He could still win this relatively comfortably, of course, if he were to pull away.
Yes, he would have been rocked by the Trump comeback this afternoon. There's no doubt about that. Played on the single red. The other thing that happened, Judd got one or two pieces of good fortune along with some very good play. And that often goes with territory of a player who is playing a lot better, and he did play better. And that was
7.
quite tight there, Olivier Martial down the line. See which ball was hit first, but he potted the red thickly, so it meant that he was on the right side of it. Left-hand side. The reds are pretty well placed. If he can just get himself into a good position on his next colour, he could exploit that. Well, he had a long, hard look at the top red of the two as to whether it went.
90.
The red below it also not exactly a lot of room there. I think they both go personally, but the top one clearly does.
20.
Just the kind of leave he wanted fairly early in the evening session, this.
$26. 27.
The gentle little cannon to ensure that he didn't go too
34.
far up the table and not beyond this bottom red, which he, as you can see, is comfortably.
35.
Well, he's made 3 centuries and 9 half centuries in this match, so he has scored heavily in the frames he's been winning. He's had
42.
a good 3 hours or so, of course, since the afternoon session to collect his thoughts and prepare.
43.
Whatever happens now in his personal story, this night will be remembered forever. He hopes for good reasons.
That is a very fine shot. I mean, he really got that cue to
49.
fizz back. Right hand running side, 2 cushions into the 6 reds. Kind of opened up already. Still going to play one good shot here, though.
50.
Well, there's never been a break builder quite like O'Sullivan. His touch and feel around the table. Out on his own, quite frankly.
57. 58.
And there's a very simple red to follow up. And the frame's over anyway, but once this red is potted, it's the perfect start for Ronnie O'Sullivan tonight.
65.
So that's frame ball.
66.
And he's taken these as if it was all a very simple operation, but There's plenty of pressure out there, as we know.
As you say, exactly what he needed to settle back into match mode. He potted a great red, and he's kept this break going superbly. So
73.
3 things to look out for here.
74.
If he makes a century, it'll be a new record for the championship, 109. It will be his 16th, as you can see there, so that will equal the record with Stephen Hendry and Mark Williams. And it will be his 200th at the Crucible into the bargain,
81.
if he can make it from here.
82.
Well, he could do. This is a natural to get on the red, but of course the pot has got to be taken seriously. What a shame.
I can wait maybe till later in the evening. The most important thing is he's made a good start to the night. 82. O'Sullivan extends his lead. I think everyone here is very happy it's come to an evening session, but a lot of O'Sullivan supporters, of course, now hope that he gets the job done. When he won the UK Championship at the age of 17, O'Sullivan, a lot of people thought he would become the youngest ever world champion. That didn't happen. He was 25 when he won his first, but if he wins tonight, he will be the oldest champion in any era of the sport.
Well, this is a 4-ball plant, and I don't know if they're on it. He knocked in an absolute beauty. The last one is a reverse plant, so while I think it might be on, you can imagine if he missed it, all kinds of damage by ploughing into the reds. Oh, that's a beautiful pot. That's Judd Trump at his very best when he knocks those in. Cue ball, unfortunately for him, is stopping in a place which is no good to him. It's a little unlucky. But if you could find one thing that has been missing from his game in this championship, his long game has not been as good as it can be. And he hasn't played as well as he can either. But hey, he's reached the final and he's in with a chance of winning it still. Does that tell you about how good he is?
Blue ball. Judd Trump, 1.
Could have been a better safety had he missed the yellow. Of course, he's having to start again. He'd have loved, I'm sure, to have stayed out there this afternoon. It doesn't work like that.
Well, yeah, it's something we as commentators say a lot, isn't it? You know, you'd like to stay out there or someone's pleased for the break to come, but ultimately, there's nothing you can do about it. You know, you've got to keep coming back for more at the allotted times, play the allotted amount of frames. A real test of a player this World Championship. It's a true examination of their game, their temperament, everything about them, and just basically how good they are at snooker. Opportunity to get the cue ball round the angles here, swinging it wide. Big target with the bolt colours shaped the way they are, but he hasn't made it. And as I say, this is when he's playing well. This is in within Judd Trump's range.
Yes, and this time he is on a colour. Yeah, he showed a great character, didn't he, this afternoon? Just the way he hit back hard. He had a big fluke in the last frame, which was a massive help to making the winning break that he did, but these things happen.
Well, again, the Reds have split okay, but the cue ball stopped in a place where nothing is easy. He has got a couple of Reds to continue the break, but not easy ones.
No, as we see the shot again, he seems to have had a lot of these sort of pots that he's gone for. Some he's got, some he hasn't, and they've made a difference. Not straightforward. Well, that's the man who denied Stephen Hendry an 8th world title in 2002, Peter Ebdon, the last player to win the final in a decider 20 years ago.
Trump 4.
Yes, he was unlucky there, Trump. He didn't have anything to go at. Very possible thin red to right corner.
And there's another man who's played in a world final, Nigel Bond. 1995, he lost to Stephen Hendry, but in the 90s, he wasn't alone in that.
And it was always a very dangerous shot, really, I think, that Trump played there. I was thinking that while he put him under the cushion, the standard of safety now that you see with the yellow and brown so close together, always a chance you can end up behind them, and that's what's happened. Trying to hit the bottom red here. It's the second cushion, it should be okay. That's really well played. Well, he couldn't get the cue ball anywhere threatening in bulk on that shot. I wonder if Judd would even risk this left-hand red. Screw him back again. It's one of his specials when he's on song. Ah, what a shot. Well, something has clicked with Judd Trump today. He's back to his old self.
Well, perfectly struck, wasn't it? These are the pots that need to go in. They weren't yesterday. They are today.
Yes, and it was just played with an element of real control and measure, wasn't it? It wasn't just screw shot back to the bulk end and hope it would go for the best. He knew what he was doing there. A beautiful shot.
6.
Yes, today he's played like a champion, and of course he was champion here 3 years ago, where he produced an extraordinary individual performance to beat John Higgins with 7 centuries.
7.
Well, you could kind of see that happening on that last shot. Wonder if he could have played it any differently. This limits what he can do here. Oh, goodness me. Yeah, well, just when you thought that he was going to start rocking and rolling again, as he was this afternoon, he misses that. He was gesturing that it rolled off. To be honest, it was never in.
Well. Eight. Nine. $15. 16.
Not such a good initial red from Trump, but the black, he's concerned, has thrown the frame O'Sullivan's way.
23. 24. $31. 32.
A chance here with the loose red to nudge the 3 and bring them into play and be on the other one. Well, delightful. If he's not on the red, he'll be on the one to the middle anyway.
39.
But he is able to get to it.
Well, he definitely seems to have refocused after the previous session. He's playing at a very good pace here and just focusing on the job in hand, which is to win another 3 frames.
The other thing he does so well is those shots that are just off straight. The angle he is able to force.
47.
And again, it was beautifully controlled.
48. 55. 56.
'Five. Again, perfect control. It was the shot to get on the black. It was a natural to get behind the 2 reds. It's all
63.
planned in advance on these shots. When he's playing well, he plays a series of what do not look like very difficult shots because his cue ball control is immaculate. That's the reason for it. It makes a difficult game look very easy.
Well, Judd Trump missed that black he was hampered on, and he's
71.
been thoroughly punished. So anyone wondering whether O'Sullivan would be feeling a little rocked by what happened this afternoon, the question's been emphatically answered in the first 2 frames. Now, in terms of the century, it looks like the yellow's going to need some attention here.
79. 80.
Just like that.
86. 88.
Unfortunately, he's going to go around the table. He'll cut it into the middle, perhaps. What a great shame again, but 2 pretty lethal breaks all the same, Dave.
Yeah, 82, 88. Judd Trump cannot afford any more mistakes, you feel. O'Sullivan looking good again at 16-11.
Judd Trump to break.
So we're underway in the next frame, frame 28 of a possible 35. This has been a long tournament. We started on April the 4th, first day of qualifying, down the road at the English Institute of Sport. Zhang Anda beat Anton Kazakov in the first match. This feels like a lifetime away, doesn't it? Here we are on the last night. Ronnie O'Sullivan is bringing it on the last night. In style.
Yes, he threw him to the black, but then it's the question of he might not even play it because he looked up at the blue. Would be a more comfortable way of getting onto the red, but the blue is more difficult, clearly. He'll screw it in off the cushion. Hit it well again. And he's finished low as well, which means he can disturb reds here, so his next shot could bring things into an open position here. Plenty of reds anyway.
Seven.
Well, a couple came out, basically. He did want to get control. Stay on the black.
You can see there the long pot stats for this match, 70%, 7 out of 10. And for the whole tournament, 2/3, 66%, very strong. Because, of course, he takes plenty on.
15. $21. Sure.
It must be tight. He's asked for the pink to be respotted, which he's fully entitled to do, but there can't be a lot of room through to the red, or else I don't think he'd have wanted it checked over. So you can't keep asking the referee just once. He's either on it or he's not, basically, and the answer is he's not unless he plays it with side. So that was an error, one of the few tonight from O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 21.
I think this is another part of his game which has changed over the years. You know, he might have tried to swerve around and pop that red, but he knows that if a mistake happens, you've got to almost count to 10 and play a safety shot, and it was another very good one.
Well, that little flick off the blue just rescued him, actually. Not leaving the left-hand red on. I was down in the media centre earlier, and it is absolutely rammed full in there because so many journalists have come out the woodwork knowing that there's a big story here this evening either way.
Judd always wants to go on the attack. Don't know if the top red will actually go into the right corner past the pink. He had a look at it. Well, it certainly does. The problem is if he misses it, hits the pink on the way through or something, it could do all sorts of damage. But it does pot. By no means is it easy. That's the problem. I thought that was in when he hit it. I don't know if the ball just drifted a little bit. It looked good on first striking. Let's see it again. Well, judge for yourself. I think that turned left as we look.
Sure. One.
Yeah, the red looked in from Trump for sure when it set off. But now O'Sullivan is back in, having killed off the first two frames of the night very quickly.
Six.
Concerned about the red on the left cushion that he didn't want to foul. He kind of arched his back on the shot. He completely mishit it though. He missed the red by a long way. He didn't really think that O'Sullivan was going to make a mistake there.
1.
As you can see, it wasn't particularly close. Well, isn't that the story of what we've seen in these couple of frames? O'Sullivan has been the better player, but Judd has not had any lucky breaks, I don't think.
Trump 8.
No, it feels like each session has its own sort of climate almost, and the climate this afternoon was certainly that Trump was getting the nudges that he needed. Of course, he did have that big fluke in the last frame. Not so far this evening. And time is beginning to run out a little bit for him. Certainly if O'Sullivan gets to 17, then it's very serious.
I suppose he's going to have to be the red down the table. Into the yellow pocket, it's all he can play. Another fine shot from Trump. Certainly his long game was completely restored today, I think. This was a beautiful shot.
Wonderful part. Now it's about controlling this cue ball, trying to keep things as straightforward as possible. Obviously he's going to have to develop red soon. But not leave himself any more awkward pots that are missable.
5.
Either way tonight, the season has ended on a high, reaching the World Final. After he said when he lost in the Tour Championship, he wasn't even looking forward to coming here. And
6.
putting up a great fight today after a disappointing opening day. Had that mammoth win over Mark Williams, of course, in the semi-final, one of the memorable matches of this championship.
He's looking at maybe going into these. It's not a very wide target. If you could play on a loose red, I think he would. But I think the option is there. Well, surely he's on one this time. I think he played that quite deftly. He knew that more
11.
pace would have taken the cue ball away from the red somewhat to a cushion, side cushion. I reckon that goes. I'm not saying it's easy, but from our camera angle, I think it pots. Certainly into part of the pocket.
Well, he's at a point in this final where every chance has got to count. He's got to make the most of it.
$18. 9.
He's got good people in his corner. I saw his good friend Darren earlier, who'd been travelling with him for years and years. Of course, his parents, his brother Jack, his manager and friend Ryan, Oliver Lyons is here, various other members of the crew as well, who've, I'm sure, been doing their work off the table in between sessions, trying to keep him relaxed.
37. $34. 35. $42.
Well, he's going to need the red in the middle of the table plus two others of the three safe ones.
43.
He's playing here, perhaps to nudge one of them with the possibility of staying on the other one. Which one of the two will he play? He'd like to play the one closer to the cushion, but of course you can miss these playing them with any pace. So that's why he's playing the other one. I guess the good thing is, looking at the scores, he'll be 37 in front at this point, so he can roll the red in. Doesn't have to play on a colour. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. He didn't have a lot of room to play left of the pink,
56.
so I don't think he'll take any undue risks here. Make sure the red drops.
So barring snookers, we will be going to an interval. I mean, listen, they're all big frames, but the next one, clearly for Trump, trying to peg O'Sullivan back, is huge.
$64.
O'Sullivan's not playing on, he nods his head.
And the frame.
So a good 64, just what Judd Trump needed to get his first frame on the board tonight. O'Sullivan's lead is cut to 16-12.
Boy.
Thank you. Frame 29. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So it's 16-12 in the World Championship final. Ronnie O'Sullivan, the man in front, breaking off in the last frame before the last interval of this championship. Tickets went on general sale today for next year's tournament, and I'm told they've gone very, very well. Because for snooker fans, this is the place you want to be in April and early May. 1977 we first came here, of course, and what extraordinary memories have been created. More this evening still to come.
Just wonder if he might play the cross double on the red to the right middle here, and take the cue ball up and down the table. Well, he has played it, and he's got it. The safety attached to that shot, so he wouldn't have minded a nudge on the yellow ball. It may not amount to a great deal. He's almost played it too well, in a way.
Yes, there was just a slight wince from Trump as the cue ball came past the yellow. Huge shot, that. Huge shot.
So Trump, 1.
But the brown stays out. Had to get it.
Yeah, it was rolling up to the bolt colour for a snooker would have been fairly pointless. It was easy to roll into the side of the bunch from there. So he took a risk, didn't pay off.
8.
We'll find out how much it'll be costly soon.
9.
Playing with topspin into the bunch. The cue ball should arc from left to right when it hits the bottom cushion. Nothing available.
16.
Here it is. Cue ball will always head away to the right. I guess it was worth a try.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 16.
Well, he looks disappointed. Has he left the red to the left middle? Both players have had a look at it.
it's a bit like the brown in a way. I mean, obviously, he didn't know exactly where the white would finish there, but he had to get that. We're at that stage of the final now. They've got to go.
What? Eight. Nine.
Now, what is available in those bunch of reds? 9 reds all grouped together. Judging by the way that he's looking at the red above the blue, I don't think anything is on.
$14.
So now, the target is not great here. Blue into the reds, it seems. Always a chance he will slide off towards the corner pocket. That's very good. He got enough on that. Screwed the cue ball, and now everything is there for him.
20.
The only thing that he's not pleased about is that left-hand red has blocked the black to the left corner. Otherwise, it was absolutely plain sailing.
$21. $26. 27. $34. 35.
Seems a long time since he was 3-0 down to Dave Gilbert in round 1. But all through this championship, whatever position he's found himself in, he's focused so hard, and we've certainly seen that here this evening. He gets rid of this red now, so the black goes to both pockets, and he doesn't need too much more in the frame to move 43. To within 1 of victory.
Very skillfully screwing back and avoiding that left-hand red.
50.
Now here's frame ball again. He's played well tonight, hasn't he, O'Sullivan? He's been really dangerous in amongst them. As creative as ever.
Well, there's going to be a 20-minute interval in this famous old theatre, and then it'll be the final act
59.
of this extraordinary drama. And it looks like the curtain calls are going to be taken by the man at the table, Ronnie O'Sullivan, who seemed to be under some pressure coming in this evening, having had his lead drastically
66.
cut, but he's pulled away, won 3 of the first 4.
67.
And it's not just the fact he's won the frames, it's how he's won them, it's how he's played. He stepped it up again just when he had to in this final.
74. 75.
He's made breaks of 82, 88 and 75. Judd Trump a 64. O'Sullivan wins 3 of the first 4 and he's 1 away from winning his 7th World Championship title. He leads Judd Trump 17-12.
Thank you. The 30th frame, Judd Trump to break.
So Judd Trump looking to prolong this final. He's trailing 17-12. Ronnie O'Sullivan 1 away from a record equalling 7th world title. I remember being here when he won his first in 2001, and there was a parade of former winners before the final session, and he was backstage, and he said afterwards he didn't want to go through his career not being able to take part in that. Well, of course, he's since won it 6 times, and tonight looking to equal Stephen Hendry's record as Trump lines up another long one. Long potting's been very good tonight, but what does it lead to? He needs to start making the breaks, just keep O'Sullivan at bay.
Well, if he's going to win it, he's going to have to play the snooker of his life, and he's played some brilliant snooker during his lifetime. 2019, he was sensational in that final against John Higgins. A little bit further than he would have been
8.
Ideally looking to go. He's on the red, but he wanted to be straight, really. Right-handed shot. Got to avoid hitting a red on the way through for the black. And he hasn't done that.
9.
That red looked in the way to me, but suggestion from Judd that it was a kick. Now the next shot is quite awkward. Just a little flick on the green ball. Had he slipped past it, he would have been on the left-hand red right behind it. Now, just if he's going to play this mighty thin, very thin pot, one of those, if you miss it, he's liable to stay very near to the pocket.
Seventeen.
Once again, that red he could not avoid. He just can't seem to get into prime position in this break. He's done well to keep it going even
24.
This long. It's a good 24 break, but how's he going to continue it here? Maybe the red up into the green pocket, the one he's very close to, but it's a very difficult angle to locate. Oh, what about that for a shot? That is such a good shot from Judd Trump.
Yeah, it was a real hold your breath moment, that, wasn't it, as the red made its way towards the pocket before finally dropping. He's looking to hit back hard, as I say, just keep O'Sullivan away. from that table.
33.
Now is it a question of getting the reds open or play on the bottom one from a very low position to spread the reds in potting it? It was a little straight, wasn't it, to get any control over that shot. But,
38.
seems the break's over this time. Not going to be enough 38 against O'Sullivan in frames, but he did well. He battled on there.
Saw Barry Hearn backstage, now president of World Snooker Tour and Matchroom, retired as chairman, although he's not the retiring type, he's still very much involved, and of course he's done so much to reinvigorate this sport. And we've ended up with another big occasion, haven't we? It always is the World Final, but there's something very special about this year's because of the narrative here. Of course, at the moment, O'Sullivan is tied with Ray Reardon and Steve Davies on 6 titles, and when Steve won his first here, Barry Hearn barrelled across the stage, couldn't help himself, nearly knocked him over. He was so elated.
Well, that's a free ball.
Free ball.
That's a significant mistake. It didn't look as if it was going to be one. A rare blemish on the safety front from O'Sullivan.
Brown ball. One.
Seems there's a red in the middle of the bunch, which is available.
8. Nine.
So, good chance for 17-13.
Sixteen.
Yeah, at the
17.
moment it's frame by frame stuff. It's moment by moment stuff for Trump. Each visit he has to try and make pay.
$24. 25. 32. 33.
A high scoring frame. Technically, O'Sullivan can tie it at this stage. It's just because of the free ball, which meant there were more points available at the time.
$38. $39.
Played a good frame there, wasn't he? Obviously, the miss from
46.
O'Sullivan made a difference with the free ball it left.
47.
Having quick frames, haven't they, tonight? The longest so far, 14.5 minutes. That was the one Trump won earlier.
Well, the school of thought would be that the
52.
deeper into a world final, you know, the longer the frames would be, the more drawn out. But it's not
53.
really the style of either of these two players. They've both been great entertainers throughout their careers.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying, doesn't it? But Trump really wishes he'd have started like this yesterday. Question is,
60.
is it too late? As I say, frame by frame, he's got to take it, but he's more than capable,
61.
we know, of reeling them off in one visit.
$66. $67. $74. $75.
Even that shot's very nicely
82.
played. Stroked up the table onto the yellow.
84.
Shot for a left-hander, this one. A very high-scoring frame.
87.
Chance to get 151 points here on the board. Obviously not the break.
$91.
Well, blue and pink, it will be the 109th century here at the Crucible this year, which will be a new record for this championship. Just reflecting the high-quality snooker that we've seen throughout the 17 days and that we're still seeing here deep into the final. Judd Trump's third century of the final keeps it alive. A terrific clearance that of 109. The family applauds. It's 17-13. That's going to take Ronnie O'Sullivan over the line.
O'Sullivan to break.
Judd Trump won the last one with a 109 clearance. 17-13.
Finished.
Thank you.
Threatened to go into two pockets, but now it's going to be going into the right middle next. And if the black goes, then it's an early opportunity for Ronnie O'Sullivan to win the frame he needs. Sure he can hold for the black. It's a bit of an angle on this. Yeah, he couldn't.
One.
Certainly not a terrible kiss. As ever, into an absolutely the millimetre where he wanted to be. Clearly the next colour is not guaranteed. But he'll be attacking the bunch of reds here and potting the one below it.
Seven.
You've got no control over where the reds in the bunch will go, and they've all covered the possible black.
RonnieO'Sullivan 7.
Celebrations will have to wait. I'm sure a lot of people felt that could be the beginning of the end. The trophy they're playing for was presented to the first ever champion, Joe Davis, who won 15 world titles in the 20s, 30s and 40s, but it was a very different tournament then. Some years there were only 2 players in it, one of whom he would handpick. The Open era began in 1969, and of course the television age really in the late 70s, here at the Crucible, 1977. So Stephen Hendry holds the modern day record with 7, and that has stood for 23 years. In fact, he beat O'Sullivan in the semis in 1999.
Well, very thin, but he needed some help from the bolt colour, and he got some. Otherwise the keyboard would have headed, I think, back up into down the middle of the table at the speed it was going at. On anything, the black pink is not available. Strangely, the blue is not either. In fact, it's hardly. He's seemingly covered everything here. Blue won't go past the green. The yellow, perhaps, but even then, he had a long, hard look at it, O'Sullivan. It's not nice if he plays it. So somehow, it's the one area on the table where nothing seems to be potable. He's already decided to play a safety shot of some description.
RonnieO'Sullivan won.
Yeah, total respect for Trump there. He's seen how well he's played today. Doesn't want to hand him any sort of opening with the reds spread as they are. Trump's just had a century after all. Trump knows that every time he comes to the table, it could be his last visit. The balls are invitingly placed if he leaves O'Sullivan any sort of chance.
Yeah, O'Sullivan unlikely to take on the red along the cushion, which you can see. His poor value, no obvious colour. The red's missable anyhow. Well, he's having a look at the pot on this red. He might be able to play the cannon on the red by the black. It's a big shot to take on. Well, if he's played the cannon, it's an absolute delightful shot. Yes, he's got the cannon. That was... It was something that he saw, and he thought he'd take the risk, and it could be...
Thank you.
A defining shot in this frame.
You just sense the stage is set for a grandstand finish.
Nine.
I thought he played quite a good safety shot, a containing shot, but just the red that he didn't play last time, O'Sullivan, I felt there was a real way of getting on the black from it. Slight error there. I think he played the nudge on the right-hand red to be on the other two.
16.
To the left corner, but as you can see, there's no problem.
17.
And that's a handy little flick on the blue.
Ronnie O'Sullivan's 30th successive appearance at the Crucible. That in itself is remarkable, but remember, he came here as world #1. When he was coming through, a 46-year-old would be a veteran on the way down. But he's still very much at the top of the game, and he's prepared so well for this tournament. He's done everything right in terms of preparation. Just what needs to now put these away.
22. $23.
That's well played also. Yes, indeed. This could be
30.
where it all happens. No reason to believe he wouldn't make a substantial amount from here.
We've watched him all these years, Neil, as our viewers will have done. I know we have a lot of new viewers, but there would have been people there right from the start. And his career is unparalleled, isn't it? The longevity he's had is perhaps the most incredible thing.
Well, there was a spell before he became world champion where people knew how talented he was and thought, well, it just appears he's never going to achieve the great heights that you know, his skill suggested he should do. Something of an underachiever was a word people were using, but they're very quiet now, those people, because he's completely proved them wrong. The skill and talent has always been there, the natural ability, but the hard work that goes with it. And now, the big numbers, all the victories, the tournaments. There were many people that
45.
never believed he could be a 7 times world champion alongside Stephen Hendry. They thought that moment might have passed, but he looks as strong as ever to me.
He will need another red after the black. What a moment this is. This Crucible Theatre has seen many down the years. This is something very special, because barring Snookers, this red, and it's O'Sullivan's 7th world title. What a player. And if he can make a century, he will win the championship with his 200th at the Crucible. In the 30 years he has been entertaining us here.
60. 61.
There's never been anyone like him before. There may never be anyone like him again. A special talent.
68.
A special character who has retained his focus right from the start of this tournament. He was pressed by Trump, who put together an excellent afternoon session, but Ronnie O'Sullivan came out tonight renewed, refreshed and ready to go again. And this now is the victory lap.
72. 73.
You can see the pressure
79.
just leaving him in these moments, but I'm sure he wants for the crowd to finish with a century.
80.
Gonna have to be a double on the yellow. Judd Trump knows it's over. Just didn't perform on day one, left it late. Snooker's greatest showman, Ronnie O'Sullivan, is in 7th heaven. He beats Judd Trump 18 frames to 13 to equal Stephen Hendry's modern day record of 7 world titles. And what lovely moments between the two players at the end. They've both been part of history. But the last man standing at the Crucible once again is Ronnie O'Sullivan. Never seen a final end like this with the players embracing. What a wonderful scene. Everyone on their feet here. He's not letting go. He's got plenty to say before the celebrations really begin with the trophy presentation. 2 of his children are here. They've already made their way into the arena to share the moment. Hazel Irvin will do the interviews.
Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So these are the pictures we'll remember for a long, long time. Ronnie O'Sullivan with his 7th world title. Can he break the record a year from now?